any form of the game. Good start is always needed. We prefer to be after, let's say, 35 overs, 100 plus for the loss of 1, as opposed to 5-6 wickets down. So they continue to rotate the strike while Imlach and Savory. With that being said, Savory has faced some 28 deliveries for his 10, Imlach 14 for his 7. So the CCC bowlers, they have been very accurate. They haven't really afforded boundaries to the Harpy Eagles. At the end of over number 11, it's 40 for 1.
The Harpy Eagles currently third in the table on Zone B on 12 points, level on points with the Windward Island Volcanoes, but they have an inferior run rate. The Trinbago Knight Riders, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Don't know why I'm thinking of the CPL team, but the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force on top of the table with 14 points. So it's like two quarter-final matches being played. The winner here, Guyana Harpy Eagles, you would expect to win. They will go straight to 16 points. And the winner between the Red Force and the Volcanoes would also qualify. So it's a straight matter of winning. The ball is driven straight to the man there, so they will get no run now. If the CCC would somehow beat the Harpy Eagles, let's say something weird was to happen, and that would happen, then they would need the Windward Island to be crushed by the Red Force. Now there's a misfield, and it would go down to the boundary only just, and they would just save it about a half meter inside, and the batsman would complete 3.
And that's what the aggressive running does. That ball was played to the fielder they had mid on. He was in and tried to prevent a single. He was unable to get down in time. The ball got past him and afforded a further couple of runs to Savory. Good cricket, good aggressive cricket here by the Harpy Eagles. Good aggressive running. Not really affording too many dot deliveries. I think it's important for this pair to bat long. The deeper they get into the inning, into their partnership, then they'll be able to start probably extending their arms, looking for boundaries. And attempted reverse there by Imlach. Does not appear to make contact, as we see the signal of leg by coming from umpire blades. Greaves in his second over. Considered 8 runs so far. And it's turned into the onside there by Savory. Easy single taken.
Rather quick single. They knew what they are about. They almost took off immediately as the bat made contact with the ball. And we are going to expect more of this from the two batsmen, Savory and Imlach.
The loud call of no coming there from Savory. Imlach was looking for the single. Sent back early, and that's been a key of this partnership. Their calls have been early, it's been loud. Even though they are taking a lot of quick singles, there's never for a second you thought that someone is going to get run out or anything like that. They have been very clear on what they are doing. Very good relationship. They are corresponding well with each other. Mansing is going to be continuing from the commentary booth end. Captain Ramden just making some adjustment to his field. The field along there long on. Just to give you an idea of the field, there's a long on, a deep mid wicket, regulation mid wicket, a backward square. On the offside, there's a short third man, a cover, a backward point, a short extra cover, a long off, as well as a sweep on the cover boundary. As you see, another single taken there by Saver. If the CCC team had to pick up a wicket here, where do you see that wicket coming?
Well, both batsmen are looking comfortable against the bowlers right now. So if I see a wicket coming, it has to come from a mistake from one of the batsmen. Maybe from a run out.
To be honest, I was thinking the same thing. And that was actually going to be my question. I just rephrased it just a bit. But I do believe if the way things look right now, both batsmen look very easy at the crease. I think if they are to lose a wicket here, it probably come via the run-out route.
But you know, some of these batsmen, as they scuttle for one, some batsmen look like they are going so well, so comfortable. And then all of a sudden, somebody decides to play a bad shot. You know, sometimes a ball might be there for the drive, you decide to sweep a reverse sweep and then a wicket would fall. So if it's not a run out, it could be a mistake from the batsman, a bit of indiscipline. Because when you look at, and this is an edge, inside edge, but they will not get to the boundary, but they would run two, and they're thinking of a third, but they would only think about it, they wouldn't come because the throw came in well for Dinesh Ramlin.
Good delivery there from Mansing. Taking the inside edge of Savory's bat and going past wicketkeeper Ramden and down to the final leg boundary, affording a couple runs to Savory. Very much agree with you. Sometimes batsmen seem to just lose their head just a bit and play an injudicious shot. But for the time being, these two don't really seem to be heading in that direction. They seem to be very well contended with just rotation of strike and building something that they and their team could really launch, you know, a platform that they could launch on from.
So a lot of thinking for Dinesh Ramden, who is a former West Indies Test wicketkeeper and a captain. So, of course, he would have been through a lot of these positions, a lot of these situations before. And, of course, he would try to bring all that experience together and try to prize open and break this partnership as soon as possible. Because you don't want to get a very big score to go behind, because the CCC themselves have been struggling to get big scores together.
Here comes Imlak, and he's launching that one way over long on for 6. Beautiful cricketing shot there from Tevin Imlak, using his feet, getting to the pitch of that delivery, and all the way it went for 6 runs. So full shot of anger from Tevin Imlak, accounting for 6 runs.
Excellent use of the feet as well. Take a couple steps down the wicket and launch that one into orbit. A very good shot. And that brought up their 50, they are 55 for 1.
Let's see how he goes about this over. Does Imlak picking up a 6 off the first ball of the over. This time a delivery which is back of a length. It's into his body. He's pulling this one. Didn't get all of it. It goes to the fielder there at backward square leg. The 6 of the first ball. I believe he'll be trying to get himself a strike here now, Imlak. This time he's cutting. The ball goes down to the third man boundary. It's going to get there. So you have Tevin Imlak. He's looking to get a move on here now. 6 off the first ball, 4 off the third delivery of the over. Already 10 runs are counted in the over.
Good batting. He's mixing aggression with being watchful. Excellent runs. 10 runs in 3 balls. Can't ask for anything better than that. Imlak, he moves on to 19. Savory on 17.
This time he's well forward in Imlak and just defending into the offside. So he's playing on merit. He's not premeditating Tevin Imlak. And that's pretty much what you want in this situation. Again, he's forward turning in the outside.
And this is what happens when you put the fielders under pressure. That was a single other batsmen would have refused to take. But they ran the single and the fielder there was put under some pressure, didn't pick it up cleanly. And in the end, it was a very safe single.
And they have been doing this from the very start of this partnership. Hitting the gaps, soft hands, and they're off. For a second, Imlak looked like he was not sure, but Savory was not stopping at all. He ran all the way through. Fielder did not pick up cleanly. Not a single afforded to their total. This time, Savory is playing this down to short third man and quick in between the wickets. He's up and down. Another couple afforded to the Harpy Eagles total. 62 for 1 at the end of over number 14.
And when you look at that running, and in most cases batsmen would have just run one. They run the first run pretty hard and came back for the second. So it's excellent running between the wickets, and this is what you want to see from batsmen.
Yeah, it's very pleasant to see, very pleasant to look at. I think even at the international level, especially for the West Indies team, you don't see guys running between the wickets like this. It's usually a single, a dot ball, or a boundary. You know, and I think a lot of cricketers could look at this play and learn something.
That's a good save in the cover as Mansingh begins his third over. And this is what we want to see in white ball cricket. The running between the wickets. Another quick single by these two batsmen. The score runs along to 63 for 1.
Lovely cricket here from Tevin Imlak and Savory. They continue to run well between the wickets. This delivery is thrown a bit wider there by Mansingh. Almost drew a 4 shot from Savory. He hung his bat at it. Eventually pulled out of his shot. Signal wide by the standing umpire. Full pitch delivery on this occasion from Mansingh. Full-blooded drive there by Savory. Unable to beat the fielder at short cover there in Distant Kalichara. Savory this time is punching down to fielder on the long off boundary. So there really doesn't seem to be any deference in this pitch. Looks to be a very good batting wicket. And these two batsmen for the Harpy Eagles, Imlak and Savory, they really look like they want to cash in on it here today.
It's a challenge here for the bowlers. They have to bowl a disciplined line and length because they're not getting much assistance from the pitch, and the batsmen are just comfortable playing their shots.
Good delivery there from Mansing. And he's been producing some good deliveries. He's yet to pick up a wicket. He's considered just 11 runs off his 3 overs. I remember in his previous over, one took the inside edge and went past the stumps as well as wicketkeeper Ramden. And that's it. This last delivery bowled there by him. Bit of overspin. So he's bowling well, Mansing. 66 for 1 after over number 15.
So Guyana Harpy Eagles going along quite well. As you mentioned, from Kadir, 66 for 1 after 15 overs. Just about 4 runs per over. And this shot is going airborne. That's a maximum. And Imlak has already switched gears. He hit a 6 in the earlier over. And he's back again. Graves getting some rough treatment from the right-handed batsman. In his previous over, he went for 10, a plus 10, with that massive 6. Then he went wider this time. And he moves on to 28. And the score moves on to 72 for 1 as we welcome back John.
Thank you, Ian. Yes, good morning again. Imlak looking to step on the gas at the moment. And if there's one criticism about him, is that his strike rate has been a bit too low. Quick single again. This time some positive intent being shown by the right-handed batter. And the run rate suddenly starting to creep up closer to 5 and over now. It's 4.8 at the moment. And a partnership very quickly, 47.
I must say I've been saying it, but I cannot overemphasize. I must be impressed by the running between the wickets. And if the West Indies had some of this in Australia, maybe we would have got to the Super 12.
In Guyana to say, if wishes were horses.
When you look at Imlak was already down the pitch run looking for that single.
Yeah, that's what this pair would do to you. They would turn half into one and one into two very easily. On the edge, out of the glove of the keeper. And just beyond the 30-yard circle, what do you know? 2 runs, easily taken.
It says something about their fitness as well. To be running with all those quick singles, turning ones into twos, halves into ones. It says a lot about their fitness, and these guys are actually fit.
Savory, 26 years old, is on strike. And Imlak, 25 years old. Youth on their side as well. Another good over coming to an end for the Harpy Eagles. 16 gone, 75 for 1.
And with that, they're going to have some drinks. 16 overs gone. Just over an hour's play, or 10 minutes.
What's a traditional Saturday morning activity in the Twin Island Republic, Ian?
Well, a lot of ladies like to go shopping. We know, of course, in the Saturday mornings around this time, the football fans will be tuned into English football. And right now, we have a very good match going on now with at the Etihad with Manchester City on a 1-1 draw with Brentford. That is about 80 minutes gone, so we have 10 minutes to go in that encounter. So Saturday morning, a lot of different activities.
You mentioned ladies like to go shopping on Saturday. For me, that happens all the time. The ladies like to go shopping every day of the week.
But there's no Saturday when, well, those who work the Monday to Friday jobs, they will take the Saturday to go to go shopping, to go to the grocery and things like that. But there are those, as you mentioned, that goes every day during the week.
It's market day back home in Guyana. The markets are busy almost every Saturday morning. You have some cricket being played as well. That's some rain overnight, but there's a big match on at the Everest Cricket Club. Visiting Masters team from Paramaribo, Suriname, taking on the Everest Masters. That game was scheduled for 10 a.m. start, but because of the overnight rain, there will be a delay. There is a delay because it's after 10 a.m.
For the North Zone Schools final. That's a knockout tournament for the secondary schools.
So we're back after the drinks break. Imlak adds to his tally. He's now on to 29. We've seen in previous matches teams losing concentration after the drinks break and tend to lose a wicket. We saw it happen when these teams met the last time at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy with teams like Janapal, who's not playing now, who was well set, and then give it away after the break. First ball offered a simple catch to mid-off of the bowling of Romario Greaves, which turned out to be his only wicket in the tournament, Greaves.
There is something about water breaks that always bring wickets.
It's a partnership of 49 at the moment. It's actually 50 now, rolled over to 50. They got together with a score of 26-1 when Anthony Bramble was given out, caught at a wicket off Matthew Ford for 18 after hitting some 3-4s. Swept away straight to the fielder, and immediately a quick single taken. The appeal goes up, but umpire Blades in a perfect position says not out.
And this is what I've been talking about. The ball went straight to the fielder and they actually stole a run.
Abhijay Mansingh with 3 wickets before this. 2 for 54 against the Volcanoes, his best effort. Nice flighted delivery, but on the line of the leg stump. So badly lined despite flighting it nicely. He had 1 for 38 against the Volcanoes again. So all 3 of his wickets this season against the Volcanoes. He went wicketless against the Harpy Eagles when these teams met at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Short beats the fielder at short extra cover, and 1 a dot ball suddenly becomes 2. Bad bit of feeling, and that's the end of. Now it's actually 1 delivery to go. So Abhijay Mansingh getting through his overs very quickly. Bad bit of feeling there at that time.
Yes, not good feeling, and the batsman quickly scuttled for two, and not one but two. Getting past extra cover for one this time. They were thinking about two, but they decided with good reason to not go for the second run, but they are moved on to 80 for one.
$17 overs gone, and a nice partnership again. The last time they put on 59 for the second wicket. Now 54 runs, pretty much in the same pace. So they're scoring very quickly with this pair. Not hitting a lot of boundaries, so not taking a lot of risks either. Look at that. The jumbotron here at the Queen's Park Oval. That electronic scoreboard tells everything there. Imlach 32 from 34, Savory 23 from 45. So Isaiah Ali is into the attack. First ball overpitched and driven down towards long on. Have we seen Ali bowl before in this year's tournament?
Well, Ali is a young man who started his cricket career with Glenora Sports Club some years ago as a 9-year-old. He's now playing with Queen's Park.
He is actually a second-year physiotherapy student at the Mona campus.
Driving down to long on, so they will just get one. Savory moves on to 24. Imlach is on 33.
That's in a very small gap, and immediately coming back for the second run. This is very good running. It was well placed by Imlach first of all, beating two fielders who were very close. That square leg very close to the umpire, and then a very straight mid wicket. And the ball went perfectly in between them. Isaiah Ali looks very studious with his spectacles on as well. Slimly built but tall, so we'll be able to extract a little bit of bounce. You can see the track already breaking up. Another full toss. Not much of a wind here this morning at the Queen's Park Oval, but bowling into that little wind. After Matthew Ford and Amari Goodridge with seam, Greaves, Mansing, and now Ali with spin. Only 4 at the wicket so far. That of Bramble, 18. Good delivery, quicker one. Darted into the left-handed Savory as he was going round the wicket this time. Ali, his first over is completed. 5 conceded, 18 gone, 85 for 1.
The batsmen do going quite well. 85 for 1. The partnership is now 59. Imlach, who came in at number 3, has 36 of those. Kimal Savory is 24, and these two gentlemen have been going quite steadily, running the singles. And that is very important in having the scorecard keep ticking.
Backing away, getting some room outside his off stump. So Imlach not looking to be bogged down at all. And not a single easily taken.
They are going along quite well if they can stick around at least 30 overs and then take it from there. It will set up a nice foundation for the Harpy Eagles. Remember, a win would most certainly put them through to the semi-finals. They will go on to 16 points, and whoever wins between the Volcanoes and the Red Force will join the Harpy Eagles. But they have to do the business here, and a ball coming back into the left-hander, but it could have been going down leg side, John.
And could have been height as well. We can have a look. We can have a second look, unlike umpire Chris Wright. It was flighted. You can see coming back in, maybe doing a little bit too much, and with the extra bounce as well from Mansing. It's a good decision from Chris Wright. I think he was right on this occasion.
Yes, he was right. But a good delivery from Mansing. If the pitch can continue to do like that, of course, Godakesh Moti and Versame Pumol would be very happy with what would have happened.
Niall Smith is in for the first time, so if you're looking to make full use of that new ball once given the opportunity. No Clinton Pistano. And Hetmyer back into the 11 after missing the last game, after not feeling well. Pulled out just before the toss against the Red Force in the last game. That will be some good news for the Guyana Harpy Eagles fans and supporters. Not doing a bad job without picking up a wicket so far, Mansing, now into his 5th over. Just too short. Not causing any troubles at all on this occasion. See if he gets another run. He will keep the strike at the start of the new over. 19 gone. 89 for 1.
Imlach is batting 38 from 40. Savory 26 from 51. So of course you're seeing where Imlach is complementing Savory quite well. And of course they are maintaining the run rate at 4.68 runs per over. So Mansing completes 5 overs for 19 runs. Ali getting ready to start his second over, the first accounting for 5 runs. Mansing 5 overs for 20 runs, I should say. Just getting that ball on the onside. On the offside, they will not get any runs at that occasion. A dot ball here for Ali. Pushing that, and they will get 1 comfortably. Moves on to 90. Savory is on 27 now, and that would bring the right-handed Imlach to strike.
2 6s and a 4 so far for Tevin Imlach. And in this partnership of 64, those are the only boundaries. Savory is yet to hit a boundary. Good feeling this time, was hit a bit firm. Straight to the field at short backward square. That time they decided very quickly not to go for a single.
They almost got themselves into a bit of bother. Excellent feeling there and good decision. Well, half stopped by the bowler. Good effort, getting low to his left. But he couldn't prevent a single. Could not prevent the single. Imlach is on 39. Kamal Savory 27. 91 for 1. We are in the 20th over. Just 2 more deliveries.
You know, you're always on the ball, always reading everything, and always checking out what's happening. Did you see that letter that former West Indies captain Clive, we call James Clive Adams, wrote to Dr. Shivnarine Chandapal.
Yes,
After he was inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Yes, it's a very touching letter. One of the best letters I've read in a very long time. It shows how much he held Chanda Paul. And it shows how really deserving Chanda Paul is for that. He kept saying, I have done it for about 10 years, but you have done it for 20 years.
That was the recurring part of that letter indeed. 20 gone. 91 for 1.
So I will make my way and we'll hear from Kadir. I keep calling him Kadir, so I want to ask Isaac to please forgive me. I am not good with names today. So you want to welcome Isaac back on the commentary box. I hope he will forgive me though.
So good morning to all of you back home in the 3,000 square miles of Guyana. Whatever you're doing this Saturday morning, I trust that you're having a little bit of fun. Thank you for peeping at the cricket. Harpy Eagles won a toss this morning and opting to bat first, 91 for the loss of 1. Lost the wicket of Anthony Bramble. Caught at the wicket off the bowler of Matthew Ford for 18. Since then, it's been a 65-run partnership for the second wicket between Imlak 39 and Savory 27. Here's Imlak going on the back foot and punches it. This one down to cover for another single. And Ian getting confused with all the names being thrown around. Isaac Kennedy. How can he miss you, Isaac? What's happening with Ian?
I don't understand the mix up of the names though.
But it's a nice partnership, a busy partnership, workman-like partnership so far.
Yeah, it's been very much workmanlike from these two. The hallmark of this partnership continues to be the running between the wickets. Imlak on a couple occasions was able to hit Greaves over long on for 6. But besides that, they've really worked hard. They've run very well between the wickets. But Mansingh though, he's been bowling very, very well. A young leg spinner. And again, has a stifled appeal here against Imlak. You see on the replay here now. Appears to be pitching just outside leg stump.
Yeah, it was a googly. So it went the other way. I'm doing too much, going way past the leg stump. Had it not hit the pad. Had a lot of rain recently not only in the Twin Island Republic but also in Guyana and also in St. Lucia. Good to hear that things are better in St. Lucia. Say good morning to Joseph Reds Pereira, born in the Pomeroon in Guyana, which is a riverine area. Not sure he's happy to see the flooding of St. Lucia, however.
I think climate change has a lot to do with it though. I mean, yes, it's the rainy season in this part of the world, but the amount of rain that we are getting, it's very much unprecedented.
The rainy season in Guyana started in January, and we're still in it. It's January to November so far.
Yeah, there's lots and lots of rains. Right here in Trinidad, I feel for a lot of my friends who live on the Caroni.
This could be a boundary for Kimor Savory, his first boundary of the innings. Coming at the end of the 21st over, was clipped to a nice, too short for Mansingh, and he was punished. 98 for 1, 21 gone.
As I was saying, I feel for some of my friends who live on the Caroni bank. Every time rain falls for a period of time, their homes, streets, everywhere is flooded out totally. Last night we had a cricket game and some of them couldn't even come to the game because of the flooding. You know, it's very heartbreaking at times. There are also so many other parts of Trinidad and Tobago that people are affected by flooding. Their daily lives is very much disrupted.
Yeah, I was taking a drive yesterday in the Tunapuna area down the southern main road. And the roads were flooded in some parts. Very much impassable. Lives disrupted. Not necessarily the best thing. But the farmers will be happy for a little bit of rain. But lots of rain will damage the crops, will wash everything out.
Wash away plants, flowers, everything.
99 for 1 now. Ali, the right arm off spinner, continues. Punched away nicely by Savory. That's 100 for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 100 coming up in the 22nd over. It's 100 for 1. Just Bramble, the lone casualty for 18.
It's been a very, very good partnership. I don't think we could say that enough of these two, Savory and Imlak. They've been very good as a pair, and they continue to mount on the pressure here on the CCC bowlers.
Just before Ian departed, we were speaking about Shiv and Chanderpaul after he was inducted into the ICC Hall of Fame this year. When Shiv was in his playing career, playing for Guyana, it was with Carl Hooper. As we saw lots of singles being taken, lots of running between the wickets. And this partnership sort of reminded me of that, because just 4 boundaries so far, 2 fours and 2 sixes, and already 75 runs on the board for the second wicket. So while the boundaries are not coming, they're not soaking up a lot of dot balls, just running very quickly between the wicket. A good pillar which you can build a partnership.
I think with the influx of T20 and T10 cricket, most batsmen tend to go over the top, try to hit boundaries. But I think it's also very much important to play formats of the game as well. You know, this is a 50 over game. They've got so much more time to be able to bat, and it's nice to see young batsmen be able to put their head down and play the game in the way it's supposed to be played, running between the wickets. These are basic things, you know, and looking at senior cricketers not able to do basics, you know, it hurts as someone who is very passionate about the game. And looking at these two, you know, it brings a smile to my heart, so to speak, to see the game being played in this manner, because it's not just about boundaries. You know, you got to be able to play the situations, and these two are doing that very well.
Samhan Singh, after 6 overs, done for 27, is out of the attack. And Amari Goodridge is going to come back into the attack. Spinners not bringing any success so far for the CCC.
Captain Ramden realizing he needs to break this partnership. He's going back to one of his opening bowlers, and Goodridge.
Goodridge almost had the wicket of Kemal Savory in the 6th over when he floored a return catch. Savory was on 4 at that point. Now Savory has gone past his previous highest runs, the previous best he had in this season, 32 in the last game. Now his second match, he's into the 30s in consecutive innings, but for now it's Goodridge to Imlak. Runs immediately off the fast bowler.
Not the best of starts there by Goodridge. A short and wide delivery outside the off stump. Imlak able to pick up another couple runs, taking his personal tally now to some 45. He's done it at a fairly quick rate as well, just 49 deliveries faced. He'd want to get to his 50.
Amari Goodridge, 20 years old, from Barbados. Sports science student, where he's majoring at the Caville campus at the University of the West Indies. Looking for his bachelor's degree in sports science. Just 20 years old, so he's mixing academics and sport nicely.
It's nice to see when youngsters can marry the two, the sport and academics. It's definitely. I remember as a youth coming up, coaches would always say you always have to have something to fall back on. You pick up an injury in cricket and it could very well be the end of your career. So an education is key.
Second quickly taken. Very good running again. Imlak and Savory. We've been there for a long time. They got together with a score of 26 for 1 in the 7th over. And now we're into the 23rd over and they're still running very quick.
Yeah, that's a testament to their fitness.
Arguably the two fittest persons along with Gurukesh Moti in this Guyana Harpy Eagles side. Imlak on 47, approaching another half century at the list A level. At 63 in this Super 50. And 1 half century before that. So approaching his third list A half century. That's a naughty shot. Playing over that ball. Ball came back in, shaped nicely by Goodrich. Very close to that off stump. A little bit of inward movement.
Yeah, very beautifully bowled there by Goodrich. I think Imlak was seeing his 50 in front of him. He had just gotten that past the fielder they had cover. Not much footwork. Ball swung back into him. Just missing the off stump.
Gone for 1. We'll settle on 1. We'll keep the strike at the start of a new over. Not a bad over and comeback from Goodrich. 106 for 1.
Very good over there by Goodrich. Imlak has been there now for some 54 deliveries. He's 48 not out. And to produce a delivery at this stage of the game and beat his inside edge would have take some effort. Goodrich himself has bowled some 5 overs, just conceded the 20 runs. Looks like Isaiah Ali is going to be continuing from the Baranara Pavilion end. Batsman on strike, Tevin Imlak, just 2 runs away from his third 50 at this level.
Does not get it here. I was just too wide of the mark from Ali. Ian said Ali has been playing club cricket since he was 9 years old. Quite impressive. Isaiah Ali looks very studious, I must say, with his spectacles. Like Daniel Vittori. Off the outside edge. Runs for the Harpy Eagles. We go close to the boundary. McCarthy's after it. So they'll settle on 2. Very wide, and there was Savory looking to go a bit too hard on the outside edge. Savory batting with a pink rubber grip. Last month in Guyana was Cancer Weir in this month. This one is punched in nicely. It could be a boundary. Matthew Ford running quickly around to his right from long off, cuts it off. Nelson is on the board. 1-1-1 for 1.
Every time I see 1-1-1, I remember Dave Shepard. The umpire, you'd be hopping about now.
Half-hearted appeal. Not so much of conviction in that shout. more enthusiasm than anything else.
Are you a superstitious person, John?
Oh, that was doing just a little bit too much.
Seems to have come off the inside edge as well.
I have a little bit of superstition, yes.
And how do you feel about the 1-1-1?
No, not at all. I've never experienced that Nelson score like the late umpire Shepherd. 1-on-1 will not bother me at all. There's some other things, it's just a little bit of something like a clockwork you would do to prepare for certain assignments. This one is punched down to long off for an easy single. 24 gone. Getting to the halfway stage. The Harpy Eagles 1-1-2 for 1.
So with the total currently at 1-1-2 for 124 overs bowl, what sort of total do you think with the Happy Eagles would be looking at from here on?
So if you look at that electronic scoreboard, you see a nice partnership of 86. So they're well set and they're in. So if they want to take this very deep, and with what's to come, if the other batters are required, Shepherd, Captain Johnson, Shimon Hetmeyer, the power hitters, if they do have an opportunity, Guyana should be at least looking for 300 at a minimum with this position that they're in right now, almost 5 runs and over. So they get to 250 comfortably, but with 5 power wickets in hand, should be able to aim for 300.
I think I'd have to agree with you. As well as the wicket doesn't really seem to be posing much of a threat. The wicket looks very flat, looks very easy to bat on.
And we've seen 5 bowlers used already, so that gives an indication as well as the strength of the bowling. Whether they'll have a 6th bowler, maybe a 7th bowler, may not be for long, maybe a part-timer. So the cream of the bowling you've seen already, and nobody seems to be giving you that X-factor kind of person. That's 50 for Tevin Imlach. Well played. The 25-year-old will acknowledge his teammates. 1-4 and 2 sixes so far from 56 deliveries. He's on 51. Workmanlike, his 3rd list day half century, 2nd of the season. He is the man in form, and he's also passed 200 runs. The only Harpy Eagle player to go past 200 runs this season. Well played, Tevin Imlach.
Yeah, very well played there, Tevin Imlach. Congratulations to him. I think now he'd want to go on. He'd want to go on and get three figures. He's done all the hard work. He's built a proper foundation for himself, Want to carry on. There's lots of overs still remaining in the game. We're just in over number 25. So time is not an issue.
Just 1-4 and 2 sixes in his innings so far. So lots of running between the wickets. And quite strange enough, before this innings, in his list day career, 70 matches before, just 1 6 he had under his belt.
So he's doubled his 6 count here today.
And recently we've been hearing that the West Indies or those in the Caribbean, 6 hitting persons. Tevin Imlach, who's textbook type of batsman, very technically sound, showing you that you can score without hitting 6s.
His batsmanship has been very good. Imlach, along with Savory, Imlach has been the standout, so to speak. And here we see him hitting this one back with a point. The fielder from the 3rd man boundary is going to come around, but he's not going to be able to prevent the batsman from collecting another 2 runs. Another couple there for Imlach. They're doing it very easy here, Imlach and Savory. 2 batsmen for the Happy Eagles. The only wicket to fall so far is that of Bramble. The end of over number 25. Harpy Eagles, after winning the toss and electing to bat first, they are 117 for 1. And as John Ramsing takes his leave, I welcome back Ian Wilson.
Thank you, Isaac, and I thank for your patience, and I'm sure I got the name correct this time.
No need to mention that.
So the partnership right now is 91 between these two batsmen. Both have under 10 matches for Guyana. Savory 8 matches, Imlak 7 matches before this one. Ali into his 5th over, none for 16. The CCC doing okay to keeping the run rate down. The run rate is just 4.6 runs per over, 4.62. Not getting past short extra cover.
I was asking John not too long ago what he thinks would be a good score for Harpy Eagles from the position that they are in currently. If they are able to bat their 50 overs, what sort of total do you think they would be looking at?
Well, seeing that only one wicket has fallen, the batsmen to come, the players like Leon Johnson, Sheffield Rutherford, I don't know why I haven't mentioned him before, Mario Shepard, the stifled appeal, and even Shimron Hetmaya, that would give them the license now and the freedom to go after the bowling. So at 25 overs, 117, they could get to close to 270, 275 and perhaps push for 300.
John was actually saying 300. You mentioned 300 there as well, and I very much agree with that, because if you look at the wicket, there isn't really any threat or any devils in the wicket. We haven't seen much, if any, at all, balls spinning past the bat and stuff like that. It looks a very good batting wicket, and with these sort of guys that succumb, especially Mario Shepard, the sort of form that he has been in, and we have to think if he gets a chance to bat, because I think he's going to be batting after majority of the guys that we call there. They could really turn it on in the back end of this inning, as this pair continue to do what has been working for them, which is running hard between the wickets. Another ball there tucked into the onside by Imlak. They were in and out of their respective creases. Another couple afforded to the total.
So it's glorious sunshine, and also the forecaster says there's a risk of a few showery interruptions. We are seeing no sign of that so far. Not that we are calling for it. We love the sunshine and we wish the sunshine could stay for the whole day. As we look at Goodrich passing the umpire, ball one just coming back a bit to Imlak, who plays it on the onside to extra cover. They will get no run.
Captain Ramden trying to break this partnership. He's brought back on his opening bowler in Goodrich, probably just for a short spell, maybe just a couple overs, maybe 3 overs. Can Goodrich answer the call here? Very good delivery there by Goodrich. Attempted Yorker, which was just dug out by Imlak. 120 for 1, the Harpy Eagles.
So, for those who may be wondering what's going on in the EPL, a 2-1 win for Brentford over Manchester City. So, very good news for the Arsenal fans.
Not so good news for the FPL players though.
But after this delivery, I'll get to that. I thought I heard something, but could have been bat hitting the pitch, and they will go through to the wicketkeeper. No appeal. I, like millions of others, have been loyal to Captain in Haaland.
Very right.
He did not score, and then he got a yellow card. So I only got 2 points from Haaland. I dropped Foden onto the bench because Foden have not been starting, and I thought that he would have been starting on the bench again, and he started and scored. This one is played on the onside. Man coming off the boundary, they will get one. And I also had a big dilemma. I'm saying that this is the last week before the World Cup. I'm not sure that the international players, maybe some of the coaches will be lenient and say take a rest, and especially that a team like Man City expecting to beat a team like Brentford, I thought that maybe Foden would have been given a rest, and he started and he scored. So I'm hoping that 2 of my players don't play, that I can get the points from the substitute. The ball coming back and enter the pad, but maybe a hint of inside edge, maybe. And there was a couple shouts, but not too optimistic. Look at it again. Yes, definitely an inside edge. In fact, the impact was outside the line of the off stump. Well, I know this could be a low scoring week in the FPL.
Yes, I'm sure a lot of people would have Captain Haaland as well. I myself did Captain Haaland. I toyed with the issue of, or with the option of captaining Harry Kane, and very belatedly I chose to go back with Haaland. I even thought about bringing Mo Salah back in, as he started, or he seemed to have caught some form recently. I eventually went against doing that. Stuck with Haaland, stuck with Cancelo. Cancelo also got a yellow card. He also conceded 2 goals. Haaland got a yellow card. So not a very good start to the weekend of FPL. And as we see, a poor delivery here from Isaiah Ali, short down the leg side, and it's treated in the affirmative by Savory. Pulled backward a square and into the boundary for 4 runs. He goes on to 44. That's Kimon Savory.
And the partnership is now 99. They came together 26 for 1 when Bramble was scored by Ramden off the bowling of Matthew Ford for 17.
Another very good delivery there from Isaiah Ali. He has been very accurate up until now. Let's see if he makes amends.
Straight back to him. They will get no run. And speaking of World Cup, that starts in the next 8 days, next Sunday. What's the team that you're expecting to go all the way?
So I myself am a diehard Netherlands fan. But that being said, over the past couple of years, the Orange have not really lived up to expectations. But I'm sticking by my team. I'm back in the Netherlands. I don't think they are going to be going into the World Cup as one of the favorites to win and so forth. But I'm back in Netherlands.
I myself am supporting the one team that I've supported for all these World Cups for over 3 decades, and that's Argentina. I'm finally seeing that I have a chance now of actually winning the World Cup, but that's left to be seen. A shot, brilliant shot, and I must say kudos to the cameraman who followed that excellently. And that's 4 more runs for Savory. He moves on to 48, and that's a good way to bring up the 100 partnership and 29 for 1.
I love the cricketing shot there by Savory. I'm not sure if Isaiah Ali is under tire. But 2 poor deliveries and this over. Savory was very much able to take full advantage.
So maybe Dinesh Ramdin might be thinking about a bowling change from the southern end. As you mentioned, that Ali could have been just getting a bit tired. And after 28 overs, it's 129 for 1. Imlach is on 56. Savory just 2 runs short of his 50. He's for 48 from 81 deliveries and Imlach 56 from 64. I know the people's favorite team, Brazil, and certainly top form. And when I do some checking, between the last World Cup and now, Brazil have only lost 3 matches. 2 of them were against Argentina. And Argentina themselves, between the last World Cup and now, have only lost 4 matches. And 2 of them have been against Brazil. So it shows how those 2 teams are setting up themselves for a good World Cup. As we see Matthew Ford missing his run. And he will start over as he tries to start the 29th over.
Well, with respect to Brazil and Argentina, a lot of my friends are Argentina supporters. So I do not want Argentina to win the World Cup. As well as I've got some family members, some in-laws who are actually Brazilians. So I do not want Brazil to win the World Cup.
And I can see you will be an unhappy man at the end of the World Cup because one of those teams would win. The ball is played in the cover region. They will just scuttle for 1. So Imlach moves to 57. Savory will be on strike. He's on 48.
I remember as a teenager growing up, my dad was a die-hard Brazilian. You know, and I would support any other team other than Brazil just to have, you know, the banter with them and the sports talk and stuff like that.
I'm sure that didn't work out well in 2002.
Well, obviously it didn't. You know, I was on the wrong end of the stick, so to speak. But I like the conversations, the banter, you know.
Ball was played with soft hands, allowing the batsman to run a single as the fielder came on from mid-off.
Yeah, these 2, they continue to do what has been working for them. And when they get the bad delivery, they're also able to put it away. Imlach and Savory. Imlach has moved on smartly to 57. Savory, he's on 49, approaching his 50. 131 for 1. The Harpy Eagles. Captain Ramdin in search of a wicket. He went for Goodridge previously. Now he's opted for his other opening bowler in Matthew Ford. Desperately trying to pick up a wicket here.
Matthew Ford, 1 for 19 from 5.5 overs. Picked up the lone wicket of Bramble. Some have been questioning that decision by the umpire. But the decision of the umpire is final, and that's what matters most.
As Imlach is steering this one past the fielder there at backward point. Fording another single to his team and his personal tally. Workman-like stuff here from Imlach and Savory. In modern day white ball cricket, you don't really see much of this, especially in our part of the world. It's usually a crash bang wallop sort of batting, you know. But these 2, they've really worked hard. They've really put their head down, rotated strike, and when the bad balls present themselves, they're able to put it away as well. 50 there to Savory, just opening the bat face, running this down to short third man, and bringing up his second career 50 at first class level. Congratulations, Kimon Savory.
Well played by Savory, 50 from 83 deliveries. That was well complemented by Imlak's innings, and 133 for 1 and 28.5. So if they can get to about 40 overs, maybe put on 50 runs in that 40 and get the score to about 170, 180, that would set the platform for a lovely final 10 overs. The ball is played on the onside by Imlak, being backwards in the region of backward square for 1.
I wouldn't be surprised to see after the next water break that these two really try to step on the gas and up the scoring rate. A further 21 overs remaining. Total stands at 134 for 1. Both batsmen haven't gone past their personal 50s. Could very much be time to up the ante.
As we look at the NGC scoreboard, confirmed what we are saying. 134 for 1. Imlak was on 59. Kamal Savory on 50. Creating room for himself, backing up, pushing the ball into the cover region.
Isaiah Ali didn't have the best of last overs. He was struck away for 2 boundaries in that over. Couple of really poor deliveries, and they were both hit away by Savory, who is back on strike now. Let's see how he goes here to Savory. Another poor delivery to Savory again. Short and down the leg side, and all he needed to do was beat the fielder there at short backward square. There was 4 for the taken. Savory goes on to 54.
I was actually surprised to see him in the attack still after the last over, showing signs of tiredness. This is the 7th straight over from the southern end, so I thought that Ramdin should have taken him off just to get him a breather and try to get back Mansingh or Graves from the other end, but he decided to stick with Ali, and he concedes yet another 4. And another 4, back-to-back 4s. Fielder couldn't get there on time in mid-on. And 4 more runs for Savory. He rushes on to 58 and he's now up in the ante.
Yeah, he's definitely taken a liking to Isaiah Ali, has Savory. Hitting him backward of the square for 4 of the previous delivery. And last delivery, full pitch, bang down the ground. Beating the fielder there at regulation mid-on for 4. So now he's struck him for 4 fours in the last 2 overs. This time he's trying to just knock it past him. He's unable to do so. The ball goes straight to Isaiah Ali. It's a bit disappointed there, Savory.
And good batting. You already got your 2 fours in the over. Don't need to go extra and ultra aggressive. Just play it back. Deft shot, a late cut, but they will just get 1. Just taking it away from Ramlin.
That's going to bring an end to over number 30. At the end of it, the Harpy Eagles, they are 144 for 1. Imlak is not out on 5th on 60 from 70 deliveries. Savory, he's on 59, having faced some 87 deliveries.
So it's the end of 30 overs. After some comments from Isaac, we'll welcome John Ramsing back into the commentary box.
So the Harpy Eagles, they are well placed there at the Harpy Eagles, they are well placed at 144 for 1. As I said, Imlak is on 60, Savory on 59. I'm not sure where the CCC are going to pick a wicket from. Matthew Ford is the bowler with the ball in his hand. Let's see how he goes.
So Matthew Ford bowling with the one slip. The cover is a third man. Backward point. The cover is on a boundary actually. Backward point. The ball is in the air, and that's maximum. No, just one bounce, two bounces into the boundary, and a good shot from Savory. He rushes on now to 63. He overtakes Imlach, and it's 148 for 1. So as we welcome John Ramsing back into the attack, John, we are seeing an acceleration of the run rate, now 4.91.
Good day once again, Ian. This is good calculated risk now being shown by Kemal Savory. After passing his half century, he was very slow in getting there, but after passing that 50 mark, certainly accelerating at the right time.
Good ball, a good comeback from Ford, and good batting from Savory. You already got the 4 to start the over, so now you can just get the singles. You don't need to take those risks unless the ball is there. Then of course you want to play the ball in each merit, and if the ball is there for a 4, then you go for it.
Yeah, we saw substitute fielder Akshaya Prasad coming out with drinks and towel very often. So I guess there's communication between the batters at the crease and the dressing room as well. And I think after passing his 50, the message would have been to Savory to step on the accelerator, and he has done so nicely. This field, my man Singh allowed a single. The 150 is almost on the board. 149 now for 1. This partnership taking the attack to CCC 123. A very good partnership between the right hand left hand combination, Imlach and Savory. Quick single again. Looking for the second. Always looking for the second. And I like this approach by Savory and Imlach. 150 is on the board. So 150 now for 1 in the 31st over. Imlach 61, Savory 64. And that is the approach that they're doing every single time they take a single. Run the first one hard. Just in case there's a little bit of a misfield, they can capitalize. Unlike some other players, you would see it walking the single, jogging the single, just being contented with the single.
Excellent batting by these two. This is what you want the youngsters to watch and learn from. Slower ball from Ford, just pushing on the onside. They will get no run. Ford, just one delivery away from 7th over. 1 for 28. The only wicket to have fallen for this inning so far. And that was a long time ago, John, at 26 for 1, when Bramble was caught by the wicketkeeper of the bowling of Ford, and some are questioning that decision.
Lots of bottom hand in that one again from Savory. Will not beat Mansingh at mid-on this time, and that's the end of 31. So 150. We want to look at this score now and double it, because with Romario Shepherd, Hetmeyer, Leon Johnson, and the likes still to come. I would love to see Romario Shepherd coming in next, actually.
But what about Shafin Rutherford?
He's still there as well. Yes, I've missed him.
So it's this could be real. I'm seeing a big score loading here. Some would even think that if CCC it would be better for CCC not to take any more wickets. Let these two bat until 50 overs. Because let's look at the scorecard here, maybe they might skip Johnson and go to Hetmeyer, but Johnson is in some good nick as well. So you have Johnson, Hetmeyer, Rutherford, even Gudakish Moti is in some good nick as well. So Guyana Harpy Eagles have batting going down.
Bowling change from the the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Greaves back into the attack. You guys did allude to the fact that Isaiah Ali, who bowled 7 overs on trot, getting a bit tired. Was telling on his bowling towards the end of his spell. Greaves now into his 5th over for a spell cost 30 runs.
Some would think it was 1 over too late. But we all saw that we needed to see a change from the southern end. Greaves returns. Mansingh still has a few overs as well. Looking to sweep, but it was turned back immediately by Imlach. You could have heard a shout of exuberance from the CCC players. The partnership 125. Make that 126. See if he goes on to 65.
Mansingh has 4 overs, is 6 overs so far, 27 runs. Goodridge, 7 overs, 1 maiden. He's gone for 29. Still with 3 overs in the bag. And Ford as well, 3 overs in the bag. 1 for 28 from his 7. So I guess we'll be seeing these 5 bowlers bowling the 50 overs for CCC.
The batsmen have been there for quite a while. It's the sun may be a bit draining, so you're seeing the batsmen now jogging more of the runs now. And the ball, loud appeal, but the umpire says no. Just signaling to the leg side umpire how many deliveries are getting in the over. And he would tell him just 1 more delivery. Just trotting down for 1 more. That's the end of the 32nd over. It's 154 for 1. Imlach is on 63. Savory on 66.
Remember, 2 p.m. Ian. The next big game of Zone A will begin. Down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Hosts and defending champions, the Red Force, coming up against the Volcanoes. That is a big one.
A very big one. I was having a chat with the captain of Volcanoes yesterday. That's the Spiceman Fletcher. And he says that there's no such thing as a big team. They are coming for the win. You have to play on the day. Johnson Charles says that they are not playing name, they are playing cricket. So they are coming out for that win. They have to come out and play their best because it's all about who wins will go to the semi-final. As it is expected that the Guyana Harpy Eagles should get a win against the CCC.
As we see a new bowler being introduced in over number 33, Navin Bedesi. Operating from there's another end of the ground. From the media center end. Lovely conditions, very hot. Bowling some right arm leg breaks. I think the only thing missing from this game, Ian, you might agree, some spectators, just a handful in the big Carib stand.
Yes, just a handful of spectators in the Carib stand, and of course they're enjoying the cricket, and we want to encourage people to come on out to the Queen's Park Oval. It's a very good game loading here between the Guyana Harpy Eagles and the combined colleges and campuses. And if you're closer to the Brian Lara Stadium at 2 o'clock, is a Trinidad and Tobago Red Force on a very good game against the Windward Island Volcanoes. As we see here, it's 156 for 1. Savory is on 67. Imlach 164.
With a new bowler in his first over, both of the batters just having a look to see what Bedesi is offering, and I'm sure they'll want to continue their attacking ways after having a sight of him. So that run rate now bordering around 5 runs and over. If they continue along that rate, they'll get 250 comfortably, but they want more than that. Want to bat CCC out of this game. One thing you must consider as well, Ian, it's very hot out there today, so it's going to be draining on CCC. When they go to bat, they will be already somewhat tired.
Definitely, and they're taking advantage of that. Ball played towards the deep, and they will just get one.
So steady over from Bedesi coming to an end. 5 runs conceded. The Harpy Eagles still looking very comfortable. 159 for 1.
So Savory and Imlak now a partnership of 133. 17 overs to go for the end of the innings. And we still have players like Shufin Rutherford, we still have Shimron Hetmeyer, we still have Mario Shepard to come in and really put up a spark in this innings. And we have seen for the past 5 overs or so that Savory and Imlak starting to accelerate just a bit. Couldn't get past a short mid-wicket this time as Graves starts another over.
Soft dismissal, chipped in the air, and Mansingh takes it at that very short extra cover position, and the partnership of 133 for the second wicket is broken. Savory offering a simple catch at for 69. It's now 159 for 2 in over number 34. Breakthrough finally coming.
Yes, and Isaac was asking me earlier how the wicket would fall. And we said that could have been a mistake by the batsman, but it was a good ball actually, and it's a good. And you know mentioned earlier that the batsman could be, because of the sun, maybe taking a toll on the batsman. But in the end, it's a wicket nonetheless for Graves. Savory goes for 69. So waiting to see who will be the batsman to come after the drinks break, as they will take the drinks break now. And see Ralphie sweeping the wicket, making sure the wicket is in good proper order, as the other ground staff would remark the wicket as well, the pop increase and things like that, as the batsmen would drink their water and take their drinks. Not necessarily water, but you know, something to replenish. Not yet seeing who is the new batsman. It is Shimron Hetmeyer. Yes, that's Shimron Hetmeyer with his ever noticeable hairstyle.
So Graves getting his second wicket of the tournament. The previous wicket was that of Tejnarain Chandapal, who opened the batting in 4 previous matches for the Harpy Eagles. And now he's gotten the wicket of Kimal Savory, who replaced Tejnarain in the top of the order. When he got that wicket of Chandapal, it was after a water break. Now he got the wicket of Savory before the water break. 159 for 2. A very good partnership nonetheless. 133 runs for the second wicket. Losing his wicket at a time when he was looking to get to get it to up the ante. Career best would have been 7-1 for Kemal Savory, so missing that very closely. Second half century at this level nonetheless, so congratulations to him. But now Shimon Hetmaya, who missed the last match because of not feeling well on the morning of the game, will have an opportunity now not only to get a start and get a good innings for himself, but to take this total way past the 250 mark that the Harpy Eagles will be very happy with, winning the toss and batting in good conditions.
Yes, of course. With his experience and his ability, we expect him to play a good innings today and stay until at least the 45th over. If you can stay there until the 45th over, then you still have players like Shifin Rutherford and Mario Shepard to come. This would be a very good score, but he must stay. We don't want a second wicket immediately. You know what could happen. Cricket is a funny game. Sometimes one wicket will bring another and another. So we don't want to be careful. He now comes to the wicket, so he need to play himself in, allow Imlak, who has been there for 75 deliveries, to take the bulk of the scoring while he plays himself in and not try to get in the act so quickly. So you want to be cautious and watchful in the first part of his innings before he can change gear. There's no need for him to start attacking. Get accustomed to see how the pitcher is playing first, how the bowling is, and then when you have seen enough, then you can go after the bowling.
Hetmaya 69 runs before this innings, the best of 37 in the last game that he played. Is off the mark immediately. Very full, will get a second run. So you have to get a half century or a score of note. He has the potential. Classical batsman, Shimon Hetmaya. At just 25 years old, loads and loads of experience, played around the world. 16 test matches, 47 one-day internationals, 50 T20 internationals. Now it is 42nd list day match. That scores of 12, 11, 9 and 37 in the tournament. Missed the last game against the Red Force. From a village called Cane Field in Kanji, Berbice. Very agricultural area in the easternmost county of Guyana. No timing from Hetmaya. Successful over from Greaves coming to an end. He has now bowled 6 overs, picking up 1 for 36. Harpy Eagles batting first, 161 for 2, 34 gone.
They're still in a very good position here, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, at a run rate of 4.74. Bedesi would continue. Just the 1 over for 5 runs. He would come in for his second.
Bedesi, the 22-year-old Trinidad Tobago player. Physical therapy as his major. Second year UE student at the Mona campus. Back home in Trinidad, playing for the CCC. You'll be bowling to Hetmaya. Just gotten there, Hetmaya, and every innings starts from 0, but he's already off the mark with 2. You'll have a little bit of butterflies in his stomach, Hetmaya.
With that distinctive hairstyle. He changes his hair color to suit the team he's playing with and the uniform. When he plays in the CPL, he plays with blue here. He's pushing that one. Not getting any runs for that.
Hetmyer, one of the poster boys, you'd want to say, of the tournament that he's playing in. Cameras always on him. So it needs to have his fashion up as well. Need to have some runs for his side. Needs that more than anything else. His fashion is there. Cameras are on. Give them something to talk about.
Goes airborne, one bounce into the boundary, and Shimon Hetmyer gets 4. He moves on to 6. It's 166 for 2.
Into his work very early, Hetmyer. That's his preferred area of scoring. Mid-wicket. When these teams met at the Brian Lamb Cricket Academy, it was Powell who was bowling a very good spell. Hetmyer took 2 boundaries off of the over, and there was Powell backing himself, bowled it in the same area, and Hetmyer hit it down the throat of the field at deep mid-wicket.
This time he goes on the offside down to long off. And he gets 1. He moves on quickly to 7 from 8 deliveries. Bidisi 11 runs from his 1 over and 5 deliveries. 167 for 2. Will just steal a run there, as he didn't pick up cleanly. The man at extra cover, that's Mansingh. So the score moves on to 168 for 2. As I make way for the first time, Ruskin Mark, he will join John Ramsing in the commentary box.
Late to get off the mark, Ruskin Mark. And his very good friend Reds Pereira, who said he has lots and lots of memories of Ruskin driving skills, is certainly listening. Hello Ruskin, good morning.
Good morning to you too, good morning to Reds. And Reds, the one thing you have to remind people that you arrived alive. That's it. Most important. Regardless. But it's a pretty good morning for the Guyana Harpy Eagles so far. Oh, that's a wide delivery. They won the toss and batted, John, and I think other than that early dismissal for Bramble, things went pretty much according to plan.
Bramble was given out, caught behind, gesticulating to the umpire that might have brushed his pad on its way through. But umpire Wright gave the marching orders. Yeah, that partnership of 133 really got things back and took form control to the Harpy Eagles after that partnership.
And again, I suppose this is what you want to see. Every time the West Indies Cricket Board, or any board for that matter, any of the regional boards, once they put out a team and they ask them to play, this is what you want to see when your team goes to bat. You want to see big scores, and you want to see a big total, but you also want to see big individual scores. And you want to see it consistently. And what we saw between Imlach and Savary is the same thing that we saw earlier, where they came together and they put together another big partnership, punctuated by the running between the wickets, which was a feature then and was a feature again today. This is another delivery that is just a little bit cramped, Imlach, but he's still able to squeeze a single. And that is partly what we've been talking about so often, especially even with the West Indies team, where they face so many dot balls. It's almost like they forget the idea that, instead of playing the ball with the full face of the bat straight to the man at mid-off, if you just turn the face on contact, you might be able to get a single. And there he is going aerial once again, Hetmyer, almost giving his wicket away, but survives just over the head of the man at that cover position. Obviously, he he's come here with instructions or with a plan, and no doubt to try to up the tempo as much as possible. Driven nicely. But of course, I don't know if you heard the shock news in the Premiership earlier, with Manchester City losing this morning.
Ian was around.
Again, he wasn't happy. I will think he was happy. I had to wait till he left the room before I made mention of it. It's not the type of score that he was anticipating at all. It sets the tone there. It's 174 for 2 now after 36.
Hetmai looking for a score. Just had 37 against the Volcanoes at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in the last game he played. Missed the last match due to slight illness. But he'd want to do much better than that. In the 2021 edition of the Super 50, scored heavily in that tournament, including 100 at the semi-final against the Volcanoes. Struggling a little bit this year. We want to come good, especially if the Harpy Eagles will be going on to semi-finals next Wednesday and Thursday in Antigua.
Another comfortable single, and no real stress. Was a full toss, and he just had to place it rather than try to hit it too hard and ruin the contact point on the bat. So it's good to see Imla putting his hand up again and getting a big score, not just getting to 50, but threatening now to push on to get 100. You know, you hear so much, you hear Desmond Haynes and Jimmy Adams and all the other people on the West Indies cricket board, even Phil Simmons when he was there, about batsmen, you know, carrying on. And this is what you like to see. Coming outside of going outside of his legs and paying the price. It wasn't too far outside the leg stump. In fact, Hetmaier went right across his stumps and made good contact, but it would have been interesting had he missed it, what it might have been, what the outcome might have been there, because he was certainly taking a bit of a risk. However, it paid rich dividends for him because he got a boundary at backward square.
Got the impression was pitching just outside leg marginally by Videsi, and that's why Hetmaier was quickly into position and brought out the broom. He got good connection to get a boundary.
Down the wicket he goes again, and is going to get a good purchase once more, but just a single. But you could see him making good, solid contact, and an indication that he's probably timing the ball. He's seeing the ball very well, and is looking to quickly get into stride and push on if possible. He's seen two batsmen get half centuries, and he must be thinking, hey, wait a minute, I'm the West Indian player in this group. Another comfortable single. So Hetmaier must be thinking, well, if my colleagues could get half centuries, then I should be quite capable of doing so. And if he does that, then Guyana could be threatening 250, probably even 300.
Firepower certainly there. Class and technique with Hetmaier, of course. He wanted to make a very good contribution.
He gets a full toss and he goes area with it. That's 6 runs. I don't even think the men at deep long on should even bother. They're just chasing after it purely to retrieve it, not even to get an attempt at catching it, because from the moment it left the bat, although he probably didn't hit it as cleanly as he wanted to, it had so much power on it. He had a full swing of the bat, and he dropped it close to the Triniposi stand there.
Another day, the Triniposi stand with pumping. That ball heading very close to that stand. But a good hit. It was a full toss from Videsi, first of all. It's a very loose delivery from him. And there's Hetmaier quickly. And that is his preferred area of scoring. And you take that any day, Hetmaier.
Has a little twirl of the bat. You see many batsmen tend to do that. They tend to spin the bat in their hands. Again, he's touching down just on leg stump. They're going to have to hurry here. A little bit of indecision. Both batsmen almost met at mid-pitch, and neither one seemed to want to go through with the run. And in the end, they decided against it, and it looked to be a wise decision. 187 for 2 after 37.
Better sense prevailed indeed. It was hit just to the right of Matthew Ford, and he stopped it, not cleanly, but it was at that very short mid-wicket region. And both of the batters did not want to take on the arm. So they held their ground, and they're pretty much saying to each other, you stop, you stop.
It was so funny. Both of them left their respective creases and like a deer in headlights. What should I do here now? Should I go or should I stay? And I would imagine seniority paid out there for Hetmeyer. He probably called no, and Imlach decided, okay, I better not try to force the issue anymore. But it really was a risky, and those positions, square the wicket on the onside or square the wicket on the offsides, are difficult areas to judge singles. You have to be, spot on with your calls. And sometimes those are the areas where batsmen get into problems, especially if you have one person who isn't on the same page in terms of the runners. It could always result in some problems for them. Graves again touching down and being cut away off the stumps this time, and he must be holding his head, wondering when they're going to miss one.
Partnership 29 from 23 deliveries already. But Imlach and Hetmeyer running between the wickets. They got to be very careful.
It's almost the same shot. They're cutting off the stumps and getting a single as well. But you could see there's a degree of risk in there. But they probably seen the ball so well that they obviously feel all they have to do is make contact in that gap there, and they can get an easy single.
And the pitch is easy paced as well.
I prefer to see them play with a straight bat, and as opposed to a horizontal bat, as we saw on those two previous shots.
And this time Graves recognizing that they may want to cut again off the stump. Bowled a very quick one on Imlach. Had to come down very quickly on it.
Again, he's cutting it, and although it was a quicker one also, but it had a little more bounce in it, and he was able to stay on top of the bounce and cut it away nicely.
In the last match, when Hetmeyer was not playing, Akshaya Prasad was in the 11, and in a mix-up with Imlach, got himself run out.
I think they were attempting a third run, was it?
It was a third, indeed. It was good work from Yana Carrier.
Yeah, they go for a quick single. He's going to have to hurry. The return is not a good one. In fact, had he been able to maybe just settle himself and throw a more powerful throw, it could have had some problems for Hetmeyer running at the non-striker's end. Again, they're taking some risk. They're running between the wickets. It's probably not spot on, as you said.
And that is a result of what happened when Savory was at a crease with Imlach. Those singles were easily taken because Savory much quicker. And Imlach, of course, nimble feet as well.
This time he's bowled him. He went right across it, and again, it wasn't a delivery that you wanted to swing. Although it was in the arc, he probably would have been better off aiming for straight back past the bowler. Instead, he tried to hit it somewhere up in the Royal Bank stand, and head in the air, as they say, played all around it, and was bowled for a very well played 75. So really, he just gifted 100 away there, one would have to say, because he looked well set.
Good bowling from Greaves. Greaves sticking to his plan. That was the ball was once again on the line of the stump. A little bit of turn, and as Imlach looking to go through with his shot through the onside, he missed it, and it just clipped the top of the off stump.
You see him rehearsing. The shot he's rehearsing is nothing like the shot he played. He's rehearsing a bat with a straighter bat, and that one he went right across it on that occasion. So, as they say, hindsight is 20/20, and he's probably thinking, boy, should I really play this straight back down the wicket? But I suppose once you in form and you're seeing the ball like that, you feel you could get away with certain things. Unfortunately for him, his luck ran out there. Kevin Sinclair is the new batsman, another capable all-rounder.
What is significant to note in that Tevin Imlak's innings, 88 deliveries, 1 4 and 2 6s. So not a lot of boundaries, but a lot of running. His strike rate 86 runs. And not a lot of boundaries. That's very important.
He worked for his runs. And here's another ball. He's caught and bowled. So back-to-back wickets here now. And Hetmeyer really just almost nonchalantly hit it back to the bowler. Isaiah Ali just coming back into his work in his 8th over and picking up a wicket here now. Hetmeyer caught and bowled for 21.
Ali bowled for the first time from the northern end. Pitched up on the line of the middle leg stump to Hetmeyer. Hetmeyer driving within the air. Ran the bowler in his follow through. Took it quite easily. So consecutive wickets going down now for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And the two set batsmen are back in the hut. A new batsman would now have to come and start all over again. Sinclair, now Johnson we see making his way into the middle. Very good bowling from CCC, realizing that a little bit of pressure is back on the batting side after the fall of a wicket. And we see now Ali with his spectacles holding on to that one nicely and taking a very prized scalp of Shimron Hetmeyer. Gone for 21 from just 16 deliveries. A little bit of a cameo, and once again we see him getting a start but not carrying on, Ruskin.
It's been the story of his tournament so far. He had 1 or 2 good scores, but have in between is where he has struggled a little bit to capitalize on the good starts. It's no question about his ability. It's really now the ability to maximize that potential that he has there, and that has a lot to do with his mental frame of mind as well. I don't think his fitness is in doubt, his physical fitness. It's just the mental part of it that I think he just needs to work out and be clear in his mind what he wants to do, how he wants to play, and how he wants to be perceived as a batsman. Ali will try once more. And that's one hitting the outer portion of the bat there. Leon Johnson just coming in and almost spooning the ball back to the bowler. It's almost like if he has a string on it, and as the batsman play it, he's pulling it back at him. This time he's watchful, not even attempting an aggressive shot. And here's another man who needs a big score, Leon Johnson. Again, with the type of potential that he has and the experience. Quicker delivery down the leg side, that is going to be considered a wide. Dennis Ramden tidying up.
Just 1/2 century the tournament for the captain.
This time he was trying to paddle sweep it, just trying to get it around the corner, maybe trying to hit it fine, but he picked out the man at that short fine leg position. Give him a little bit of air, and Ali would learn to feel to his own bowling. You don't want runs scored against you, especially when you're the fieldsman in the process. So he was diving at it, but he really should have stopped it. It somehow got away from him, and he conceded another run. So it's 193 now for 4, and that brings Sinclair to face his first delivery. Where do you think Sinclair is right now in his career? Because when he first came out, there was so much promise, and we thought he was really going to kick on. He hasn't really been featured as much for the West Indies, and I don't know if that is playing on his mind, or if he's doing the work, he's just not getting the results. But that can happen to some players.
In 2019, when The emerging players won the Super 50 Cup. Sinclair was the most economical bowler of the tournament. Since then, got into the Guyana senior side. Played 4-day cricket, played some list-day cricket. But like you said, not getting the rewards totally. Full toss and he's off the mark.
It's a gift, really. As if to say, well, here's an item for you to get off the mark. And just hit it hard to the man at extra cover, short extra cover. But he couldn't stop it cleanly. 194 for 4 after 39.
Isaiah Ali replacing the leg spinner Navin Badesi. 3 overs now for 25 and immediately getting the wicket, the prize scalp of Shimon Hetmai, the start of his over. So Ali has now bowled 8 overs, 1 for 37. Greaves at the other end. His best figures, all 3 wickets in this tournament, Greaves, taken against the Guyana Harpy Eagles. So his best figures to date, 2 for 46, now into his 9th over. Yeah, Sinclair's been working very hard, but just not getting the type of results he's looking for. Continues to keep himself very fit. I noticed a little bit of a change in his attitude in terms of ethics on match day. He's usually first to get onto the field when a team arrives. He goes have a look at the pitch and does some shadow batting until one of his teammates join him on the field. We do some spot bowling and some knocking as well, short knocking with the bat.
Driven again, a little bit of, almost like you hear 2 noises there, almost like the bat hitting the ground as well. But he played it well enough away from the man at that straightish mid-on to get a comfortable single. And it's just the growing pains of an emerging talent, how you transition from junior level to the senior level and enjoy success at that level. It doesn't happen automatically for everyone, and some players have to work a little bit harder at it.
Yeah, he's just 22 years old, so he's played already 3-1 internationals for the West Indies, 60-20 internationals. And there's a story about when he was making his one international debut.
There could be problems here, and is he out? The umpire says, well, the umpire is late and he might be out because he looked to be so far down. I didn't really see a signal from the umpire, but I think the batsman recognized that he was so far out of his crease that it was a foregone. He didn't even wait for the umpire to make a decision. So we saw it before, we spoke about it, and it's just so unfortunate for Leon Johnson. That rut that he's in continues.
Yes, that one was played in front of him. The short cover, he's looking for a single. It was sent back. By the time he turned back, it was too late. Ramden already taken off the bill. No need for umpire Wright to give the signal because it was very short of his ground. But it was Sinclair who actually started running and then realizing that the single is not on, turned his back on Johnson, very much disgusted with himself and with his partner as well. Just a single this time to the captain, Leon Johnson. So from a position of 191 for 2, suddenly 195 for the loss of 5. So 4 runs, 3 wickets going down the space of a few overs as Rutherford makes his way into the middle.
And here's another batsman that has all the potential, all the capabilities. And we were a little bit concerned because remember he limped off in that last game, but he bowled four balls in the over and then departed. We didn't know exactly, we didn't even notice that he had left the field. And only when we saw somebody else bowling the last 2 balls of the over, and then we realized that it was probably something serious that he had to leave the field immediately. But it's good to see him back.
After leaving the field as well, did not come back at all.
Mm-hmm.
I saw him this morning before the toss, warming up, running in very hard. I asked him how he is, gave a thumbs up.
Here he is again, just stroking this one nicely, and is off the mark immediately, getting it to 196 now for 5. And when you have this amount of talent in your team, you almost, every time you play, you're thinking in the back of your mind nothing less than 250 probably threatening 300. That's kind of like your base that you're working with. Doesn't always happen, but I'm sure the players are working on that. This is a powerful drive, but just for a single. And you know, they must be thinking in the back of their minds, given all that we have in terms of batting in the cabin, 300. We should be threatening 300 runs every time. You think of like the powerful Australians, even the powerful English team now, how they play cricket. He goes for a big one, Rutherford, but again, not really moving his feet. He just threw the bat at it. And luckily for him, he got enough contact that he dragged it on the onside when he was really trying to play it somewhere straighter, even into the offside. But Graves is doing a fine job. He continues.
He did not pick up the wicket, but his bowling resulted in that run out, Leon Johnson.
Again, driven nicely by Sinclair, who's doing the smart thing. He's trying to play the ball in the V as he starts his innings, not really trying to do too much, and gets another easy single. 199 for 5 after 40.
So we get closer to the midday hour. Lunch. Ruskin, do you think some spectators will be joining us? If not, why not?
after the lunchtime break. So we just welcome back Kennedy Isaac and Isaac Kennedy. You have two first names and two last names, something like me. You know, Americans think my last name should be my first name, and I remember having a long debate about that at a bank one time, and they almost called the police for me. I say, but that's my family's name. I can't do anything about it. But Sydney, what is your assessment? 199 for 5 after 40. They have 10 more overs. 160, you feel? Or 260, I should think.
Well, we had this discussion earlier on when that partnership between Imlach and Savory was going, and we were thinking the Harpy Eagles should be touching close to 300. And since then, we've seen the loss of 4 wickets in quick succession. But I still think with the batsmen at the crease, the batsmen still to come, Shepherd in a regime of form, they should be looking probably close to, let's say, 270, 280, somewhere up there.
Delivery first up from Matthew Ford is right on target. 1 for 28 coming into this over from his 7 overs. He seems very relaxed. He doesn't seem too... He has a hint of Courtney Walsh in his mannerisms. You look at him, he just walks back like he's in his own little world, probably deep in thought. This time he's drifting into the pads, and it's going to be picked off for a couple. And that's good running. And every time a team gets a run out, every time they complete a run, a quick run, you always find the dressing room applauding, because when there's a run out, it sends a signal to the dressing room, you know, that we can do better. And you know, we have to kind of judge the runs a little bit better. But that was well played, and they actually forced the second run without taking too much of a risk.
Yeah, after the departure of Savory, the run in between the wickets, it dropped, the standard drop. We saw guys jogging the first one as opposed to what was happening before in that partnership, where they were very aggressive. Some balls were played down the long off, and within your mind you know that there's only going to be one. But Savory and Imlach, they were very aggressive, running hard for the first one, forcing misfields as well. And after Savory got dismissed, they started jogging the ones, and eventually a run out came, and that was mainly due to confusion between the two indecision, so to speak.
And even before the run, I remember we had that incident with Hetmeyer when they both almost ended up
Yes,
in mid-pitch. So it was, it was brewing, if you know what I mean. Again, very well bowled, but equally well played. And just for another single. And that's the thing with limited overs cricket. If you're not trying to score like a boundary, the next best thing is to pick a single or try to get a couple of runs somewhere. And that has to be uppermost in your mind. If you're not going to go full bore aggressive, then your next option is steal a single somewhere. Manufacture a run without taking undue risk. And that is something that I think the batsmen really need to try to emulate or try to really put into their game. They have to hurry here again. This could be close. If he hit, he might have been out. Really and truly. And a bad misfield backing up because it was right there for the fielding. And the bowler not happy at all. In fact, he could easily have witnessed another run out in this game.
Yeah, brilliant fielding there by the fielder at backward point. Not entirely sure who it is.
You see, he stopped first, and then just that little hesitation. Look at the ball passing, and the bat isn't even touching the ground as yet. He would have been out by a fair distance as well. This one is under legs. He's just paddling it around. Didn't make the type of contact that he wanted, but he still got something. Might even be leg buys, but there was some bat on it, so he'll get a single to end the over. At the end of it, 206 for 5 after 41.
Just back on that chance there for the run out. Sinclair played the ball into the outside and stood. Rutherford all the same was always looking for one. He called his partner through. Sinclair then responded, and by that time the fielder picked up and had a shy at the non-strikers, and I think he didn't realize how much time he had to feel like he could have settled himself. He threw on the run. Had he settled himself, he would have a much better chance of hitting direct at the non-strikers.
Yeah, because he would have probably rifled a more powerful throw, and probably would have been a little more accurate as well. But it was good cricket. He picked it up cleanly, and because he was on the move, he decided to just release it right away, and just missed. But it was certainly a good effort in the field. And to CCC's credit, they've really kind of fought their way back into the game a little bit with those wickets.
Yeah, they have, because it was looking like the Harpy Eagles was just going to take it all away from them.
When you have a century partnership, obviously you that's the foundation that you want to build on, and you get it between your number 2 and number 3 batsmen. So you have all this firepower in the background now to try to launch from that. But unfortunately, they haven't really been able to kick on just yet. And then the loss of those wickets at that stage really kind of, I don't want to say derailed it, but they've certainly stalled it a little bit. Here he goes for a big one. That's gone from the moment it left the bat. And I'm not sure if he has any friends sitting in that area there, but somebody must have been complaining he's trying to hit them. But it's a good, clean hit by Rutherford. And that's 6 runs. He goes to 9 quickly.
Massive hit there by Shafian Rutherford. Full pitch delivery by Greaves right into the arc, and he just had a proper swing of the bat. Didn't try to overhit the ball and clear the long off boundary by some distance. And one landing in the seats there back at the jury crew members pavilion.
He is again going over the head of the man at that short cover position, and the batsman will get a single. And again, they're just taking a few risks now. Obviously, they felt that things have stalled a little bit, so they want to try to regain momentum quickly.
Rutherford certainly looks like he's ready to start stepping on the accelerator here.
Down the wicket he goes, and it's a repeat. Only this time it is Sinclair doing the damage. He just chipped into it, and with a nice sweet swing of the bat, went straight over the bowler's head, high in the air, and down the ground it goes, almost to the side screen. And that's a good, positive stroke. That brings up 220 now for 5. So the rush is on now.
Yeah, brilliant footwork there by Sinclair. As you said, he took a couple steps, got to the pitch of that delivery, and again, he didn't try to overhit the ball, just made proper contact, and away it went for 6.
He tries to run down the wicket again. This could be another run out, and this is a close one, and he's out. Well. We were talking about that. They were running so well between the wickets, Savary and Imlach, and then all of a sudden, when one departed, the running really deteriorated, the quality of the running, the judging of the runs, and here we are now, the second run out of the innings.
Yeah, that it just goes to show how well that Savary and Imlach were running between the wickets. It's not for everyone. They were taking these singles very easily. Now we've seen the second run out of the inning. Shafeen Rutherford has to make his way back. So another blot on the card there for the Harpy Eagles. 220 for 5.
Yeah, it is, and it
For 6, that'll be 220 for 6.
now.
So.
Yeah, and the thing about it is that they could. These are errors or mistakes that they could easily avoid, you know, and but I suppose it's almost like premeditated. You know, if you hit it, you run. You know, but if it's straight to the fieldsman, then you have to respect the fieldsman. And but it's sometimes it's just a risk that batsmen take. They feel that if they move quickly, the batsman, as we've seen in the past, the fielders bobble the ball, or you know, they don't pick it up cleanly, or they fumble it, or whatever it may be. But on this occasion, and the 2 occasions with the run-out, those were good fielding actions. You know, good movement and solid returns to the wicketkeeper. And Dinesh is still has those lightning fast hands, so he can execute those runouts quite comfortably.
Yeah, and also the need. I think it's key to be aware of the fact that they would be trying to take quick singles, because batsmen 2 6s were hit in this over. Could very well sit back and thinking, well, they weren't looking for boundaries here. So they need to be aware of the game, or the situation of the game. And they were very well aware in effecting those 2 runouts, especially this last one. Rutherford again, he was nowhere close, and I think he called. And he was very short of his ground.
And it just reminds you of the dangers or the difficulty in judging when the ball is at the square of the wicket, on the offside or on the onside. The batsman at the non-striker's end is at a slight disadvantage. Yeah. 220 for 6 after 42.
The new batsman is Shafeen Rutherford. He has been one of the more informed batsmen, if not the most informed batsman for this Harpy Eagles team.
We have a Mario Shepherd here, we've seen play some brutal innings, with some power hitting, and this is kind of like his scenario now. He has 8 overs. I'm sure Guyana would be hoping, the Harpy Eagles would be hoping that he can bat through the 8 overs, and you take what you get, and you feel that once he's there, you will get a lot.
Back into the attacker is Mansingh.
And he'll be bowling to Sinclair first up. He's on 17 from 12. Sinclair is not happy with something. I don't know if it's a glove he wants, or if something is in his eyes or something. He's just not happy with something.
Seems as though something is in his eyes.
He needs a towel or something, or not sure. I remember playing with somebody one time, and he lost his contact. And see, 22 minutes looking, trying to get back the contact. It just fell out, And it was a challenge to get it. So it might have been, yeah, you're right. Something might have just flown into his eyes or something, and or the perspiration probably got into the eye and probably is burning him. That happens sometimes.
Could very well be the perspiration, as we've been mentioning all morning.
How hot
The
it is.
sun is very hot.
Did you see the sun this morning? When I got up, I was driving to work this morning, and I was driving this way, so the sun was, I could barely look. I was coming through St. James. I could barely look up. And this is just 6 o'clock in the morning, I'm talking about this. It was bright. Big sun. I'm like, man, this thing is bright. Unusually so. And so there's no, Mansing Bowes, he's lifted this one. That's gone beautifully through extra cover, well, over the extra cover and down to the boundary for 4 runs. So as easy as that, Sinclair goes into the 20s. He's up to 21.
I like Carl Hooper with that shot there from Sinclair. Full pitch delivery by Mansing. Just opening the bad face on contact, lifting it over extra cover. Couple bounces into the extra cover boundary for 4.
No change in the field, and he's going through that region again as he beats the man. They want a second run, but I think based on recent events, they've decided against coming back for a second run, which would have been a risky second run.
Sinclair, he ran the first one as though he was thinking of a second, but Mario Shepard was having none of it. By the time Sinclair touched down at the non-strikers end and looked around, Mario Shepard number was facing him. He was having none of it, Shepard.
This time he's just standing up there, Mario Shepard, and playing it just very gently, and then he takes a look around. When you're a power hitter, sometimes that's all you want to. You just want to face one ball, and then after that you're trying to go to work.
Yeah, just get that feel on ball hitting bat.
And he goes for it, and that's gone. 6 runs, as easy as that. He just muscled that over long off rather for the 6.
And just as you said, one ball hits bat, and then he's into his work. Mario Shepard that's launching that over long off.
And I'll tell you something, I don't think he middled it, When he hits it, when he middles it, it sounds differently, that didn't sound like a good one. This is a loud appeal, not out, says the umpire. And would have been pitching outside leg, it looks like. He was trying to paddle it behind square. There's a man down there, but he's trying to probably get it to his right.
He's just trying to help this one back with the square was Shepard.
It's going with him hard again, down to long off. There's a man down there, and he would just have to settle for a single. But it was a brutal strike down the ground and for 1 run. That's the end of the over. 43 completed. It's 2:32 now for 6.
Shepard was again looking to launch this one down the ground. But on that last occasion, he was unable to get under it, to get the leverage that he would need to lift it over long off. It's powerfully struck down to the fielder there doing Goodridge.
But you can just tell the difference. When he hits the ball, it sounds different to anything that went before. And now we've had batsmen who've got, 2 of them have gotten half centuries, but nobody, when the ball hit the bat, sounded anything like what we're hearing now from Romario Shepard. It's almost like if you just pump up the volume a little bit.
Back into the attack here is Goodridge.
He's back, 7 overs so far, one maiden, 29 runs. He hasn't yet picked up a wicket. Short. Cut away, and that's 4 runs. Right in the gap between the man at the short third man and the slight short backward point, and it goes between them for 4 runs. Neither one of them had a chance.
Lovely cricketing shot there from Romario Shepard. Just hitting that one on the top of the bounce. All he needed to do was hit the gap, which he did, and away it went for 4. Looks to be a man in some form, Omari Shepard. The way the ball is coming off the bat.
And again, the oval looks a picture. It's bathed in sunshine today. Bowled him right through the gate. It goes. That's a peach of a delivery from Goodrich. And I don't think Romario was playing one line, and the ball just seemed to nip back between the bat and pad and clip the off stump on the way through. 2:36 now for 7. Shepard goes for 11.
Must have been a slower delivery there from Goodrich, because that one sneaked back in a long way. Must have hit maybe middle and leg. Very good bowling there by Goodrich. It was just about the same length of the previous delivery that was cut away for 4. But this one came back in a long, long way. Probably just ran his fingers across the seam. Picked up the huge wicket there of Romari Shepard.
Yes, and that because he looks so ominous for the little time that he was at the crease. But here's another dangerous man in Gudakesh Muti.
I think the confidence in the CCC camp would have gone up a bit more here with that last wicket. With that being said, though, they need to be on the P's and Q's, because these two are very much capable as well of causing some hurt. As you see Sinclair, he's already on the 22-15 delivery space. Moti has been showing some form in the competition so far with the bat in his hand. So they need to finish well here, CCC. And on the other hand, Harpy Eagles, they would be wanting to get up over 270 mark.
That's another good delivery. They're going to have to hurry again, but they judge this one a lot better. And the key here is as soon as he played it, they set off, and he got a good response from Sinclair.
Yeah, good communication here between these two. Made contact, he looked up and they were off. As opposed to some of the other running between the wickets, that we see guys stuttering mid-pitch and stuff like that.
And that's the thing. Once you check, it takes a little while for you to get started again, and that split second could make the difference at the other end. Cutting away again, but he can't get it through this time. Good fielding once more. And they obviously looking to try to squeeze the Guyanese outfit now, hoping that they can limit them as much as possible. It's already 2:38 on the board, and they must be thinking, well, if we could continue to pick up wickets, things could work in our favor down the road. Outside the leg stump, and not too far outside the leg stump. Good pace as well from Goodrich. His line has been pretty good also. He's been touching down just outside that off stump, and we saw the one that came back and hit the stumps. He's a tall man.
Both him and Matthew Ford has been very good with the ball.
Again, hitting the outer portion of the bat, but they're going to get a single. But again, he's bowling in those good areas that the batsman, Muti, on that occasion was sort of feeling for it. Even though he got the single, he probably would not have been totally happy with the fact that the ball was hitting the outer portion of the bat. 240 now on the board, so they're keeping the scoreboard ticking over, which is important at this stage. If it cannot hit boundaries, then the next best thing to do is to rotate strike. Driven nicely, Kenny Guttel. He's almost getting the catch down there, because he didn't seem as if he really wanted to go after the catch, and for a long while he just looked as if he was not interested, as if he didn't believe the ball was going to get that close to him. But in the end, it dropped right in front of him and it eventually eluded his grasp and went for 4. 44 completed, 244 for 7. Sinclair goes to 27.
Some indecision there from Greaves. I think had he made his mind up very early on that he's going for the catch, he would have gotten there, because he came in, he stopped, he came in, and eventually the ball just fell just before him. He was unable to get his body in line to prevent it getting past him. So he didn't take the catch, he didn't prevent the boundary. 4 runs to Sinclair.
That's the thing, and I suppose he had a decision to make. Should I just back off and stop the boundary, or should I go for the catch? In the end, he didn't neither. And he still kind of gave a half-hearted effort to try to get to the ball, only to realize that it was just dying in front of him. And Sinclair hit it fairly powerfully, where it was just a push. Here's a scoop that goes over the head of the keeper, and that must be the most agonizing thing for a wicketkeeper, because you can't catch it, and you can only watch as it just sails over your head. At least it's only just a single this time. Most times those go for boundaries, and that kind of like just rubs salt in the wound. Another good delivery. They thought for a moment about the single, but Ali, again, just hitting the outer portion of the bat. He's not spinning the ball. There isn't a big spin. But I think Sinclair would probably want to try to keep the scoring going. On the back foot he goes this time and hits it hard, but he hits it straight back to the bowler.
Isaiah Ali, he bowled really well today. I think he had a couple overs where he looked to be like he was starring just a bit and was taken to by Savory.
Short again, and he's bowled him well. He was trying to pull it through the onside, hit it against his pads, and it ricocheted and hit the stumps. So Sinclair goes for 27. It's 245 now for 8.
I don't think that would have been the best delivery ball by Isaiah Ali for the day. But it resulted in the wicket of Sinclair. I think it was pace off there because Sinclair looked to be through the shot before the ball got to him. Probably coming off the under portion of the bat, onto the pad, back onto the stumps. 245 for 8. The Harpy Eagles, CCC, mounting a bit of a fight back here. If we take our minds back, the Harpy Eagles, they were 192, I believe, or 191 for 1.
191 for 1 at the time, or for 2 rather, because they were 159 for 2 when the second wicket fell, and but it was just 191 for 2, and now they're 245 for 8. So it's not the kind of returns that they would have been hoping for, but I'm sure Dinesh would be happy with the response that he has gotten from his troops in this game. And a suggestion that, you could see that there's material to work with there, that it's experience and it's exposure that these players need. Obviously, they need to play a lot more cricket, a lot more hard cricket, and because that's the best way for them to grow and develop quickly. That's another beauty of a delivery, and it just hits. It's almost like it's a cannonball. It pitches and it goes the other way. And because you saw it earlier, when Sinclair was trying to hit it, he was trying to hit it like an off break, spinning into him, but the ball was going away from him. And he kept hitting it back to the bowler as opposed to deep mid-wicket. Down the wicket he comes, and searching, and a little bit of lazy feeling there. He should have really done a lot better with that forward, because he just stuck out his hand, and the batsman eventually got the single. So that completes the over. 45 in the books, 246 for 8. It is 3 to Guda Kishmuti. Purmal is off the mark, and Ian Wilson would be your next commentator.
So continuing from the Brian Lara Pavilion, and would be Omari Goodrich. Picked up the wicket of Shepard in his last over. He will be bowling to Versami Pomon with the Harpy Eagles currently on 246 for 8. Would the Harpy Eagles bat 50 overs here?
Not too sure, and please do not ask me how much they would make, because we were thinking close to 300. But some wickets that really put some obstacles in the innings. The wickets of Hetmeyer, Johnson, Sinclair, Rutherford, Shepard, these wickets were one after the other. They went from 191 for 3, 191 for 2 when the third wicket fell, and reached 245 for 8, so 56 runs, 6 wickets. In fact, 2 wickets fell on 191. Goodridge, another one of the bowlers who had a decent tournament. Another bowler that you can see the West Indies, Cricket West Indies, have a lot of talent to work with. Love that wicket where he bowled Shepard, because he was just the delivery before, he was cut for 4, and the other one he got it back into Shepard.
Full pitch delivery this time by Goodridge, which is driven powerfully through the offside by Muti, accounting for 2 runs. With respect to talent, Ian, I don't think talent is the issue in especially in the region. I think the amount of cricket at this level that's played is the issue. Guys are not really accustomed, or the season is so short. They don't play much cricket at this level, so the opportunity to learn at this level is not really there.
Exactly.
This time a short pitch delivery, which is pounded through the offside by Gudakesh Moti. It reaches to the cover boundary in quick time.
Gudakesh Moti showing that he's handy with a bat.
Not the best of deliveries there from Goodridge. Testing out the pitch halfway down.
Yes, as you were talking about the amount of cricket, not every one of these players are playing for West Indies or play franchise cricket around the world. So after this, what next? Gudakesh Moti is not getting really hold of that one, but he will still get one. Now, some of these players would play the first class cricket, and then some would not. So you would have some instances where some of these players will have to wait until the Super 15 next year. Just like some of the first class players who may not be part of the Super 50 who will have to wait on the first class cricket next year. Just pushing that down to long off. The fielder will come off the long off boundary, but they will get 1. So Moti is on 10 and Pumol 3. 255 for 7 after 46 overs. For 8, sorry. For 8 wickets, 255 for 8.
Looks like Matthew Ford is going to be bowling from the commentary end.
Bowling for CCC from the Willie West against
Matthew Ford speaking to him 2 days ago. And he did say that he learnt a lot, especially from Alzari Joseph with his time with the St. Lucia Kings in the CPL. Really enjoyed bowling with Alzari Joseph, and hopefully the opportunity will come when they will bowl together for the West Indies.
Captain Ram, they're looking to wrap things up here. Bringing back his opening bowler. And Ford starts with a slower delivery outside the off stump. Huge grunt there from Ford.
Yes,
Helping to deceive Pumol.
yes, so the slower delivery was a bit short, so I would suspect that he would have opened his index finger and his middle finger for that space. When you do that, sometimes that ball tends to be a bit shorter because his action looked like it was the same speed.
Another slow delivery. Pumol looking for one. Sent back there by Muti. It's never going to be one there. Feel like they're backward point creeping in. I don't think this is a finish that the Harpy Eagles would want. It's definitely the finish that CCC would prefer.
Pumol just pushing it wide off the bowler, down to long on for long off for one. Ford into his 9th over, just 1 for 36. Good bowling from the young 20-year-old.
He's been very good, Matthew Ford. Picked up the first wicket of the day's play. Got Bramble early on. Been very economical. In his 9th over, he just conceded some 36 runs.
Beautiful shot from Muti Kanai. 4 runs. Can't stop that. And Gudakesh Muti continues to look like an accomplished batsman.
Yeah, some room afforded there by Ford. Gave Muti the opportunity to free his arms, and he did so, accounting for Bongji down to the backward point area. I think Ford would want to be a lot tighter onto the stumps here, not affording the room outside the off stump there to Muti.
Ford with his little jug on one spot at the top of his mark. It seemed like he listened to you. Plays the ball back into the left-handed Muti. Played it short into the mid-wicket area for 1.
Yeah, a lot tighter on that last occasion. There was Ford. Pace off delivery as well. Muti though was able to turn it into the onside and pick up a single. As you were saying earlier, if you are not getting the boundaries, at least rotate the strike. Keep the scoreboard ticking over. 261 for 8.
And he's given. He is given. It took a while before the umpire raised his index finger, but Pumol goes for 4, leg before wicket to Matthew Ford to get his 2nd wicket of the innings.
I think all of the deliveries that Ford bowled to Pumol previous to this last delivery was slower deliveries. This last delivery was a pace-on delivery. Trapped Pumol on the crease. Initially, Ford didn't even turn around to the umpire. He started celebrating right away.
Excellent bowling, changing the pace of the ball with good efficiency. So he finishes his 9th over, 2 for 50. And this brings a number 11 batsman, Smith, to join Gudakesh Muti, who's on 15.
So they were looking short to get 300, maybe even more. The Harpy Eagles currently at 261 for 9. Gudakesh Muti is 15 for just 9 deliveries. Not sure how much faith he's going to be having in Niall Smith.
Yes, as you mentioned, they were looking good at one stage. 191 for 2. You had Imlak going well, he made 75. Savory made 69. But after that, not much. Kevin Sinclair made 27. Hetmeyer made 21. Rutherford 10, Shepherd 11. So it wasn't much, and those cluster of wickets in the middle, in the middle part of the batting lineup, slow down the runs. Another shot, but I think the fielder saw it late, and the ball went for 4. Wasn't sure.
He was late
Saw
off the
it
mark.
late. Yes, he was very late.
He was late off the mark, and something like that happened in not too long ago with Greaves on the opposite end. It was hit flat. He was unsure whether to come for the catch or to stay back and prevent the boundary, and in the end he did neither.
So instead of a wicket for Goodridge, he concedes 4. Let's see how he would respond to bowling to Muti, who's on 19. Gets that down to the long on area for 1. So Muti, 20 from 11 deliveries, Isaiah. 20 from 11. So he certainly is pushing the score. Bowl them! Bowl them! Full delivery. Niall Smith goes for a golden duck. And that's the end of the innings. 266 Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Brilliant delivery there by Amari Goodridge. Number 11 batsman on strike. Attack the stumps. Full pitch delivery. Pace on. Quick. Niall Smith trying to turn it into the onside. Was unable to make any sort of contact. He's all out. All out at the Happy Eagles. Batting just 47.3 overs. And after being placed beautifully at 192 for 2. It's a bit of a collapse by them to be all out for in just 47.3 for 260 odd.
Yes, it definitely was a collapse. They had Bramble and Savory starting. And let's look at the scorecard. Bramble and Savory starting together. Bramble made 18, Savory made 69 in a partnership of 26. But the real partnership was Savory and Imlak. Imlak made 79. They took the score from 26 for 1 to 159 for 2, a partnership of 133. And then after, look at the cluster of wickets. You had Hetmeyer going for 21, St. Clair 27, Johnson 1, Rutherford 10, Shepherd 11, Gudakesh Mutikanai, he remained not out on 20, Purmall 4, and Smith a first ball duck. And that's the score for Guyana Harpy Eagles, 266. A bit short of the 300.
Yeah, very much short. I think for me the key wicket in that inning there was the wicket of Tefin Imlak. He was well set on 75 batting with Hetmeyer, and he played on what I would consider an injudicious shot, trying to slug sweep a full pitch delivery, which I think he could have been hitting down the ground and rotating strike, which he was doing very well all along. Here we have the bowling card. Matthew Ford bowling some 9 overs, conceding 41 runs, picking up 2 wickets, 30 dot deliveries in that. Amari Goodridge, 9.3 overs. He went for 55 runs. He also picked up 2 wickets, 27 dot deliveries. Greaves, 10 overs, 66 runs, 2 wickets as well, 24 dot deliveries. Mansingh, 7 overs, 38 runs, no wickets. Isaiah Ali bowled 9 overs, 39 runs as well. He picked up 2 wickets. And Navin Bidesi, 3 overs, 25 runs, no wickets. We had 4 bowlers picking up 2 wickets each as well. There were 2 run-outs. So the Guyana Happy Eagles 266 all out and not batting their full complement of 50 overs.
Well, not for the first time that have happened, and of course, as the players go for the break, the innings break, we'll go for a quick break and join us here in a short while for the combined campuses and colleges reply to the Guyana Harpy Eagles innings of 266.
Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval as we're getting set for the second innings of this encounter. The Guyana Harpy Eagles posted 266 from 47 overs, and now it's up to the CCC to try to overcome that. If they had to pick up a victory, which would be a huge upset to say the least. And as we look at the performance of Guyana, 266 is still a very good score, but when you, in general scheme of things, based on the start that they had, 266 is a very
Good afternoon, Ruskin. Good afternoon to our viewers. Harpy Eagles left some runs on the field there. Very good track for batting. 266 will give the CCC some trouble, yes. But the way they were going when Savory and Imlach were at the crease, and even to some extent Shimon Hetmeyer, we felt that 300 runs would have been easily gotten on this track. But that's not the case. 266, you'll have to work with that. The CCC have not really been batting and getting big scores in this year's tournament, so that would be on the minds of both teams. Harpy Eagle desperately looking for this win to give themselves a chance of staying in contention for a semi-final place. St. Clair will begin from the southern end. During the lunch break, I was just at the back of the commentary box, Hoskin, and I'm telling you what, lots of dark clouds are building up in this over the northern range. First run on the board for the CCC.
Might even go for 4. It buys.
The 4 buys to begin. So CCC won't mind at all. Still an over number 1, St. Clair. That eluded the batter, eluded the wicket keeper as well. St. Clair tend to be a bit too quick sometimes, and with a new hard ball will cause some headache. Yeah, those dark clouds building up. And I think the Guyana Harpy Eagles will be looking to get in 20 overs as quickly as possible.
Coming on to the front foot now is Kalitran.
I would hope that we'll be thinking to get in 20 overs quickly.
Bololi spinners. And Kalitran is driving uppishly, but he gets it into the gap through the extra cover region for a boundary. So he is off the mark now, and in double quick time, they've raced on to 8.
Too wide from Kevin St. Clair with his off breaks. New ball, hard pitch. Was not going to cause any trouble whatsoever so early. And there's Kalturan getting it in the air, but in the gap as well.
This time again, he's outside the off stump, and once again, Kalitran is flirting with danger outside the off stump. He survives. It's the end of over number 1. It's 8 without loss.
It's a situation where Leon Johnson's between a rock and a hard place, because looking at the weather conditions, we want to get in 20 overs very quickly to constitute the match. But then he has brought in Niall Smith to the extra firepower into the team. So we're looking to utilize Niall Smith with one of these new balls. But he's gone to Romario Shepherd from the northern end. Shepherd has been among the wickets and bowling the new ball. But I think he should have gone, if he's using a seamer, gone with the man who's actually now playing his first game. Now Smith, the strike bowler, the express fast bowler. Johnson seeing it different. He's opted for Romario Shepherd.
And he has 2 slips. There is a third man, a man at point. a cover and a mid-off, a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Outside the off-stump, movement away, and it's signaled a wide by the umpire.
And rightfully so, with no pun intended there to umpire right. That was very wide of the mark from Shepherd.
Right on, righty. But it's good to see a little bit of shape there, away from the right-hander. Here he goes again, similar type of movement, moving away. Now, when you bowl like Romario Shepherd does with a low arm action and fairly open-chested, to get the ball to seam away from the right-hander is quite an achievement, because invariably from that position, you expect the ball to primarily be off-cutters coming into the right-hander, but he does have the ability to move the ball away from the right-hander.
Batsman on strike is Kyle Rupchan, right-handed as well.
This time he's watchful. And again, a good line by Shepherd there, touching down just on the off-stump and trying to move it away from the right-hander. You play the original line, by the time the ball reaches you, it's on a different line.
That's a stock delivery, the one that will move away from the right-hander, where you get that kind of banana swing.
Mm-hmm.
2 steps waiting.
Down the leg side he goes. This one might be brushing off the pad. That's going to be another 4 leg byes this time. So the scoreboard taking over every which way. The 4 off the bat, 4 byes, 4 leg byes.
Dealing in boundaries.
Mm-hmm.
Extras already, 9 on the tins. With a wide to start the over. 2 slips in play. You need to bring the slips into the game. Need to force the batter to play as well with this new ball.
Outside the off-stump. Bounces a second time before it gets to the keeper, but the line is pretty good. And I think the one adjustment when he kind of overcompensated, he ended up going down the leg side. And that's when it brushed the pad and went for the 4 leg byes. But in the main, he's kind of stuck to that outside the off-stump line. There he goes again. This time he's driven. But again, no real power in the shot there from Rupchan.
Shepherd has 8 wickets for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 1 behind Gurkesh Murthy, who's the leader wicket taker for the Harpy Eagles.
It's the 2 players with West Indian experience. Pitched up, flicked away nicely over the head of mid-wicket. It's rolling, rolls into the boundary now. And it goes for 4. It's a good shot because the fielders are kind of constrained by the boundary, by the marker, and there's a big chase there, but just a little too late. Getting there, Sinclair not happy.
Boundary ball again on offer. Rupchan this time getting off the mark, also with the boundary. Both batters on 4. 2 overs gone, 17 without loss. So off to a very good start, a confident start. Not using this new ball to good effect so far, the Guyana Harpy Eagles bowlers. And immediately Sinclair out of the attack. And someone who offers a little bit more of control, is a bit more economical. There's somebody from all replaces him.
Again, more experience as well, more experience. But I think to his credit, Sinclair has used the new ball almost consistently for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And the one that went for the byes, he did get some turn from that. Pamal is short and pulled away through mid-wicket. This is a long chase out there, and they're going to come back for 2 comfortably. And Purmont hasn't really lit up the tournament with his bowling so far. Normally you would expect him to be among the chief wicket takers in any competition he participates in.
Just 4 wickets before today's match.
Short again, this time it's punched away through the covers. It's a nice stop, and unfortunately for Calitran, he couldn't get it through, but that's good fielding once again. Sinclair doing a fine job in the cover region. So nice, bright, sunny day. It's a big weekend of sport in Trinidad and Tobago. We have swimming at the National Aquatic Center. We have cricket here, cricket at Brian Lara. Watchful. We have cycling at the velodrome. We have secondary schools football also going on as well. Short, not able to take advantage of it. We had a walkathon this morning. It looked like a 5K walk. Pushing a little bit uppishly, but able to control it in the end. But he can't get a run. Again, he's standing up and punching this one down to long off for an easy single. And it's good, sensible batting. And they're rotating the strike fairly well. 21 now, without loss after 3. So it's a decent start for the CCC. It's now, how do they build on this now and keep it going?
You just saw a shot of the groundsmen and look as if they're getting anxious on the southern end of the ground.
You're just overly worried about the rain. Ian
Just a
said
little
it's, Ian says it's not coming out. This is Ian Wallace and not Ian Wason.
Ruchan looks good so far, playing just his second match. He played against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. He got 14 in that game. Looks solid, tall batter, right-handed.
Fairly slim built.
Yeah.
Looks like a right-handed Anil Raja, like wing. Standing up, and again he likes to stand up and punch the ball through the offside. On that occasion he can't get it through. But again, not much movement. He doesn't, some batsmen tend to fuss a lot. He doesn't really do much. Look at him, he just holds the bat there, almost as if it's like an axe he's waiting to wield. Watch this, when he comes for the single, he's going to have to hurry. The return is at the wrong end. He really needed to hit this end here, and that might have been the danger end, but he seemed to think that the batsman was safe here and tried to go at the striker's end. But I don't think, even if he had hit, Calitran would have been home safely.
Quick single to Rakesh Moti on the ball very quickly. Had he hit either end, I think it would have been very close. But he was aiming for the wicket-keeper's end, recognizing that Calitran might have been a bit late out of the blocks. We saw Romario Shepard gesticulating to him. Wrong end.
Yep. The sun is back with us, Ron.
It is very hot now,
Yep.
Ruskin.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, you keep praying for rain, I don't know why. This time he's stroking this one. He's going to get an easy single. I thought for a moment he was going to go with the cross-batted shot. He just seemed to check it at the last moment and then just pushed it on the onside. But he has such a small center of gravity So a ball that one would think would be a good length delivery for him might actually be a short ball. He reminds me a lot of Gus Logie, because when you bowl to Logie, you basically had to bowl half volleys to somebody else. Again, he's driving, but not much movement. He just seemed to stand there and just go through with the shot, trust in the bounce.
Calitran has been a set opener for CCC. Did not get off the mark against the Harpy Eagles at the Brian Larcock Academy. Highest score 37 against the Red Force. And he has experience of 219 World Cups.
Yep. Again, standing up and pushing a little bit of a jump and into line there to play that one. It kept a little bit low, but eventually played it solidly with a straight bat. 23 without loss after 4.
Much better over this time from Romario Shepherd. Just 2 singles in the over. So Rupchan looks very composed, and Calitran looks as he wants to get on with things. So Calitran, like I said, 37 against the Red Force, 16 against the Volcanoes, and 23. Remember, they played each other twice. And just 2 against TNT Red Force in their second game. So had some starts, but will carry on.
Yeah. And that's the thing, you try to get into the mind of a player like Calitran, who had so much success at a very young age, where he broke several of Brian Lara's records at secondary schools level. Short ball, and he's going over long on, and that's going to roll into the boundary down there as well. The man was just inside the circle, couldn't really react to it, and could only watch. And as it sailed over his head, he chased after it, but it was all in vain. And Calitran got 4-1. And that's what I'm telling you, the length you bowl to him, you have to be very mindful. He's a very small individual. He has a very low center of gravity. And if he only crouches at all, it becomes even smaller. He shrinks it even more, so there's ample room for him. Hence the reason why he plays so many cross-batted shots, because he's so close to the ground already. He just unravels from there. There he goes again. And that's gone the distance. Yes, that's a powerful hit from Calitran in front of his home fans. And he hammers that one over long on for 6 runs.
Previous one was just too short, and he hit it just over mid-on. This time, much fuller from Pramal. There's Calitran. Slight danger in moving it from outside off stump, but he backed himself nicely and got good connection.
And that forces a field change.
Imlak was at mid-on, will now go back to long on, and the long off will come into mid-off. The other deep fielder is at a deep backward square position.
This time he's flirting outside the off stump, trying to access the offside, and missed it. But again, not really pushing out to the ball. He just seemed to stand there and go with the bat. They're going to go for a quick single here, and they'll get it too, because Sinclair switched off almost immediately, as if to say, no way I was going to stop this run.
Intelligent batting, just playing with soft hands into that gap, because Sinclair at cover at the backward point. They're hanging back on the 30-yard circle.
Hammered down to long on. They're going to get a single, and CCC making a good start here and showing real promise as well. 35 already on the board. We're in the 5th over. And this time he's watchful and can't get a run. So it's the end of over number 5. At the end of it, 35 without loss, CCC.
Very good start indeed. I don't know you like to do your comparisons, Ruskin. After 5 overs, the Guyana Harpy Eagles were 19 without loss, as opposed to 35 without loss. CCC looking to get 267 to win.
A good promising start. And I know you're still holding out hope that you'll get rain once the 20 overs are completed. But we see John takes his absence. Of course, Ian Wilson is back with us. driving again, and both batsmen they're just getting into line and just playing, but both of them seem to like to play. They play a little bit away from the body a bit because they're trying to access the offside a lot.
Yes, certainly they do, and of course Shepherd would want to not give them that room on the offside because as I mentioned, they favor the offside, so you want to cram them for room.
Pulled away. It's in the air, but it's going to drop well short of the man at backward square, and I can't believe they only got one run for that because that ball was in the air for a long time, and the fielder had to come around and in, and still they only got one.
When we were looking at Savory and Imlach batting earlier, they would have run two with that delivery.
And threatening a third.
And threatening a third.
Here he goes, Scalitran, and this time he pulls it through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Again, anything that is short is like bread and butter for him because, as I keep mentioning, he's already in that crouch position. So all he's really doing is just accessing the ball and coming up with it with a full swing of the bat. And it goes for 4 runs. So he's really forcing the captain to have to think now as to where he's going to put his fielders. And look, already he's decided he's going to go with the man at a deep mid-wicket position this time. And a third man. Those are the fielders out in the deep.
The Guyana Harpy Eagles under the gun very early. As Kalicharan taking them to the sword. 23 from just 15 deliveries and already 40 in the 6th over.
This is a delivery right through him. Again, that's a beauty of a delivery. Again, cutting into the right-hander. And it just seemed to go through the gate. Unfortunately, it also went over the stump.
Very good delivery. Pitched up, getting a bit of inward movement. And Shepherd just varying his length just a little.
And his pace as well, because that one seemed to have a little bit off of it. And that's a wide delivery signal by the umpire because it was down the leg side, and Shepherd can't believe it. He has his hands on his hips wondering what just happened there. Plus it qualifies as the one short ball to the batsman in the over.
Shepherd thinking that wide was a bit harsh in his opinion.
And I think he has a good argument anyway. And there Kalitran going again, almost wanted to repeat that pull shot through the onside. He missed it, and it again bounced before it got to the keeper. But no run resulted. It didn't get away from him. But this is I suppose somebody people who haven't seen Kalitran bat much would think that this is out of character from him, but this is exactly how he bats. He's a fairly aggressive batsman for an opening batsman, and he just likes to get on with things. That one runs off the outside edge. He might get a boundary there as well. No, he cannot. And again, they just run a single. So again, that is, I would like to say careless running, but it probably borders on poor running, to be honest with you. The fielder had to come all the way to his left, run a good 10, 15 meters, and the batsman could only muster one. 42 without loss after 6.
Yeah, so they're going at 7 runs per over, and really, as you mentioned, they could have got more than that the way, and I always go back to the way Imlach and Savory were batting and running between the wickets. One of the matches, in the earlier matches, they even ran 4. So they would have really pushed.
That was against the Red Force.
Yes, against the Red Force. So they definitely would have made 2 and even threatened a third with that delivery running down almost to the boundary.
But again, you would hope that they would continue to monitor the situation, and I'm sure the coaches would be talking to them about that, or even Dinesh would probably have a word with them about it. That you really have to take as many runs as you could get every time. So if you could get 2, take 2. If you could get 3, take 3. Don't leave anything, and because how many games you've seen, even at the World Cup, teams losing by 3 runs, teams losing by 4 runs, and you're wondering, you're scratching your head where you could have made up those 4 runs, or something like that. So it could come back to bite you at some point in time. So here is the man, Niall Smith, on debut. The first match this season, I should say. An out-and-out fast bowler.
So Niall Smith battling with Prestano. Prestano being favoured. He now comes in.
In behind it is Kalitran, just standing there and allowing the ball to come on to him.
First delivery, just a loosener, making sure to getting it online. Kalitran is already on 24 from 19 deliveries. Rupchan 8 from 18. He's more watchful than Kalitran, who is obviously the more aggressive of the two.
And again, it's a wide delivery, and Kalitran is reaching for that deal. Now, he's a small man, and he's trying to reach a ball that he really had no business going after that far outside the off stump.
Yes, that definitely was a loose and careless attempt on Kalitran's part. Should have just left that to go to the wicket keeper. Because it was bordering on being a wide as well.
I'm surprised it still wasn't called a wide because he was at full stretch. There he goes again. This time it's called a wide. And what is the difference?
It wasn't much difference there. So maybe the bowler Smith just got away the previous delivery, and maybe the umpire says, okay, let me just give this wide this time.
The umpire gave him a blind and the first time. But again, might just be a little bit of jitters. He's probably just getting accustomed to running up the hill here at the over, which could be a challenge sometimes. Feels differently when you're running from the top end. This time he's making contact, but can't get it through.
Yes, there are some bowlers like myself. I loved to bowl from the northern end. Running into bowl from the southern end was always a problem. I had to adjust sometimes the length of my run-up. My approach to the wicket used to be different as well.
It is. It could prove to be a bit of a challenge, but I mean, when you're now starting out, sometimes that's the only end you get to bowl at, because the senior bowler bowls at the top end, and you have to do the hard work, at the bottom end. Again, Kalitran is having a go at him, and once again there was a chance at a single, but they elected not to. Johnson was quickly onto it. But bowling at the bottom end, it's psychological, because you're thinking in your mind, but I have to go up this hill. So you're already put in your mind, you either have to make like an extra step or something, so you make all kind of adjustments with your run. When in reality, all you have to do is kind of get your rhythm, and your rhythm will take you into your delivery stride. See, he's probably working on the same thing there in his mind, thinking that he has to, maybe do something extra or something different, bowling from that end.
It's always a difficult task to bowl from the southern end.
But I tell you, when you're the junior bowler, you learn to bowl from the southern, because that's the only end you get in the bowl from.
Yes, of course, the senior bowlers would I remember Walsh would have bowled from the northern end and Ambrose bowled from the southern end, because Walsh was senior to Ambrose at that time as well.
This time he's cracking it. That's a glorious shot for 4.
Brilliant shot, giving him some space, giving him some room on the offside foot to free his arms, and he obliged. And you look at it, just so, you bowl it too wide now, Smith. Don't want to give the batsman too much room to free his arms, and he rushes on to 20 the score. Rushes on to 47, 1 ball shy of 7 overs.
And I tell you something, every time they fail to take a single, it's like they score a boundary the next ball or 2 balls later. So it might be a plan they're working on, and they have this thing all sorted out. We're just not privy to the plan. He goes to them again, this time over the mid-on fieldsman, wide mid-on, down to the wide long-on boundary for another 4 runs. 50 is on the board. It's 51 without loss after 7.
Well, 20 overs constitute a match, and therefore the DL score would not come into play until that time. But right now, as we speak, the DL pass score is 19. And they are 51, so they are way ahead of the run rate.
But what it's good to see the positivity on the part of both batsmen. I think both of them have come out here and they look businesslike, although the running leaves a little bit to be desired. But I think generally, in terms of their approach to batting and shot making, is very impressive.
Some excellent clean hitting. It's clean hitting too from Kalicharan. We're not seeing any mishits, mispulls, things like that, but clean hitting. Shepherd. 3 overs, 14 runs.
Edged, dropped, and goes to true slip. They go for 1, and again they really should have gotten a second run, but like I said, they seem to have a plan as to how they're going to operate. But that's a catch that could have been taken, and probably at this level should have been taken.
The Bramble diving to his right, as we would see the replay, diving to his right, low to his right. Got a glove to it, but he should have taken that at this level, as you mentioned. That's a good catcher, a wicket keeper loves to take.
Yeah, it would have been a good catch had it stuck in the glove, in that little webbing that they have there. You see, he seemed to move a little bit late as well, and like a goalkeeper, he just pushed it around the post.
Shepherd, none for 15 after 3 overs and 1 delivery. Kalicharan on 32, Rupchan on 9.
That's a fine leg and a deep backward square. Short ball is coming, he hooks it, it could be out, and the catch is taken. The trap was set, and he just fell right into it with the ball put there for the hook shot, and Kalicharan, a short man, really couldn't keep it down, and it was a good catch taken by Sinclair running in from that deep square leg position. It's now 52 for 1. Kalicharan goes for 32.
Yeah, so it's, as a bowler, you will be happy to bowl at the more aggressive batsman. That's the person most likely you would get, and it's easy to set him up as well. And good bowling, you had the man down on the boundary, you had the fielder down at the boundary, setting up Kalicharan for that catch, bowled it short, and it is as though he read the script and he just followed the script. So the new batsman is Jonathan Drakes.
But they lose their first wicket at 52. So a good half-century partnership, a blistering half-century partnership with those two. And it was good positive stroke play. They didn't seem to have any indecision at all when it comes to putting bat to ball. It's just unfortunate that Kalicharan, I'm sure he saw, the trap set for him. But again, the mindset has to be that he could probably beat that. He probably was thinking of hitting it for 6. And but he didn't make the kind of contact that he anticipated, and a good catch, a good low catch, taken running in as well. So Guyana has their first wicket. And again, just throwing the bat at it outside the off stump there, Drake's. I don't know. It's like this whole sense of positivity. Everybody comes and they want to make shots immediately.
But not good batting from Drake's. Drake's has just come to the wicket. Your first delivery that you are facing, you try that attempt. Not taking time to look at the pitch, see how it's playing. Yes, you would have been on the field as a fielder for 50 overs, but now you're on strikes. You still need to see how it's playing.
On his parts this time, and he's playing it nicely off the middle of the bat to short mid-wicket.
His confidence is there. The first delivery, you make that big attempt, and now instead of playing straight, you're looking to go through to the direction of the mid-wicket. So his confidence is there already. Getting the timing spot on.
At this time again, he is going through that offside. That's the shot that he wanted all along, and that's 4 runs for Drake. He's off the mark in impressive fashion.
And that's a beautiful shot. Perfect shot through the cover region, all along the carpet for 4 runs. Excellent shot, and that's a good way to come off the mark. To come off the mark.
Fielders could only turn and chase. Speaking of fielders, that's a fine leg and a third man. Those are the 2 men out. Everybody else has a nice ring. Nibbling at one outside the off stump, not getting a touch. And but again, it's a good over, but it's a kind of a mixed bag. Good shot, bad shot scenario. That completes 8 overs. It's 56 now for 1.
They are maintaining that run rate. Seven runs per over. So they are maintaining that run rate. Let's see if there's
Now, Ian, watch it. You see how a wicket affects the Duckworth, Lewis? Just now you told me it was 19. 1 wicket fell, and it's 40 now.
yes. So that, and this is what I was saying at the last game when that draw with Trinidad and Tobago a few days ago, where the CCC delaying the game. Now, as I was telling Colin Murray, they didn't challenge themselves to take a couple of wickets, because a couple of wickets would have changed the DL score, and they would have been suddenly back into the game.
So I'm not sure they were even thinking along those lines. They were more intent on not getting to 20 overs more than anything else. Smith bowling again, and he's driven by Rupchan, but he could only get a single. But we see this sort of persistence with those expansive shots. You know, guys are not afraid to really throw the bat at the ball.
Yes, they are not. They are not afraid to do that, especially when the ball is there for them to free their arms. They're pelting everything at them.
I think pace-off balls might create problems for them. Here he goes again. It's a similar shot outside the off stump. You look at his left leg. His left leg is facing down the wicket to the umpire, and the ball is outside the off stump. The bat is outside the off stump as well. You know, and I suppose that's the modern batsman for you. You know, but if you're going to play that shot, play that ball and not move your feet like that, you could get away with it, but you could also get out. Whereas if he would put that left leg out to the ball and drive it Probably might have picked up 4 runs in that same gap between cover and extra cover. It's a much shorter delivery this time. And just trying to mix it up here a little bit, Smith.
And Smith trying to get the run rate has dropped a bit, not much, just 6.71 runs per over. A simple 4 or 2 can change that. But Smith, coming into his first game for the tournament, not been preferred to Cristano, who had a decent tournament, or is having a decent tournament, I should say.
A shorter delivery, but this one better lined in with the body, and not much Drakes could do with it.
Drake still there. 4 from 7 deliveries. Rupchan, 10 of 20. The aggressor was Kalicharan caught, bowled by Shepherd for 32.
There's a lot of chatter over there right now, Ian. The Guyanese are trying to get themselves in the game, giving the bowler support. Again, too close for him to do anything with it. And this is good bowling from Smith.
Yeah, so in the previous over, he gave the batsman a bit too much room outside the off stump, and he did pay for it. He came back in his second over, bowling a much better line, not giving Drakes the space needed to free his arms, keeping him cramped for room.
Driving again, but he can't get this one through. That's nice feeling there. Is that Muti in the way there? And they can't get the run, but it's the end of the over, and at the end of it, it's 57 for 1 now, 9 completed.
A very good over bowl by Niall Smith. Just the 2 overs for 10 runs. Mario Shepherd, 1 for 19 off 4, and looking like a bowling change. Gudakesh Muti is marking his run at the northern end. So you're going to have Gudakesh Muti entering the attack after 9 overs. He would take over from Mario Shepherd, the 1 for 19 or 4.
And Shepherd got the wicket. He got the wicket of Christian Kalitran. So I'm a little surprised that they took him off at this stage, because if you're really trying to get wickets and he just picked up a wicket, you'd think you would persist with him for a little bit and see if he can get you some more. But I suppose the change is not a bad change at all, because Muti is a wicket taker.
Another one of the West Indies bowlers in the Guyana lineup. Himself, Shepherd, Sinclair, Purmall, all West Indian players. Gudakesh Muti favoured more in recent times to Purmall. Purmall played a few tests for the West Indies.
This time he's on drive and gets it down behind square though, or just in front of square I should say, and he gets an easy single. It's probably the prettiest shot in cricket, but it could also be the most difficult shot to perfect, which is the on drive. You see all sorts of versions of it with varying results. Standing up to this one, allowing it to come on to him.
Playing it with a strong offside field, backward cover, extra cover, mid-off. There's protection in that ring.
Drakes is watchful this time, just bringing the bat in front of the pad and showing him the full face of the bat. Muti won't mind. It's another dot ball. Now the long off, the mid-off has gone to long off, and the long one is in the circle. He's going to have to hurry here, and the return misses because once again Hetmeyer was looking there at that short cover position, and the batsman chanced his luck there and almost came up short. Drakes. So again, these two are going along. These two now have to try to, I suppose, maintain the speed at which Kalichan was going, but Kalichan was really rotoring. And they want a single, but it's not there, and that would have been suicidal. And unless you're running well, you don't even attempt to run like that. 10 overs completed. Now it's 59 for the loss of 1 wicket.
So the good thing about it is that because Kalichan gave them a good start, even with his wicket, Rupchan and Drakes can just simply coast along, pick up the ones and twos as we get ready to welcome Isaiah back. Isaac, I keep getting his name wrong whole day. We are welcoming Isaac back into the commentary box.
Pleasant good afternoon all.
And I take it you had a good lunch.
Yeah, I did. Had a good lunch.
And the sun is back with us. I wonder if you brought the sunshine.
With regards to the sunshine, I'm not sure how happy John Ramsing would be of the sunshine.
Yes, he has been calling for rain when he was sitting with Ruskin for the course of his time when he was on the chair. So I think he might want to go back and look at the condition of the skies again. But it looks like there will be no rain at all bothering us here for the foreseeable future. So hopefully we'll get a full innings. Although the Guyana Harpy Eagles would want to cut that innings short as soon as possible. 1 wicket gone already. You see how quickly they can pick up 9 more wickets. A win for them would effectively put them straight into the semi-finals.
And this partnership has almost gone the exact opposite way of that partnership that Tevin Imlach and Savory had with respect to running between the wickets and Bongji hitting. So far, all of the CCC batsmen have really tried to put bat to ball in an aggressive manner as opposed to just dropping the ball or breaking their wrists and running hard between the wickets as we saw from Savory and Imlach.
Not getting hold of that one, but still able to get a single. Drakes and Rupchan.
Rupchan, they're trying to pull this one through the onside. The ball apparently came high off the bat, so he didn't make the sort of contact he was looking at, but he was alert to the fact and was able to call his partner through for a single on that occasion.
Niall Smith, his third over, none for 12. Swing and a miss. Looking to go on the onside with that one, didn't make contact, through to the wicketkeeper. Showing some intent there, Isaac.
Well, that has really been the highlight of the CCC inning. All the batsmen who have made their way to the crease so far have shown lots of intent. Kalichan was fairly successful. But here we see Rupchan, he's on 12 from 25 deliveries. Drake's on 6 from 14 deliveries. So that's going at way less than even 50% strike rate.
Another swing and a miss. This time he's trying to go on the offside. Just to go through some of the football scores, I know fellow commentator, but he'll be at the other venue, and Brian Lara, Andrew Chan will be happy that Liverpool got a 3-1 win over Southampton. High scoring game between Spurs and Leeds. Spurs 4-3. So the likes of Harry Kane and the other World Cup bound players can now head down to Qatar to join their national teams. I know the group leaders. And another swing and a miss. So Drake's showing a lot of intent there. So with the league leaders, Arsenal, Ruskin Mark will be quite happy as a faithful Arsenal supporter. He's having a happy season.
Yeah, the Arsenal supporters or fans would be really over the moon as Man City fell to another defeat this morning. Yeah, City went down this morning to Brentford, I believe it was.
Yes, Brentford, a result that people would not have been thinking about. A double from Ivan Toney, who was left out of the England squad for Qatar.
As you see, Moti continuing from the pavilion end.
Then of course it's the T20 World Cup final. He's playing that on the onside. Down to long 1-1. So there's the World Cup final tomorrow. It's a replay of the 1992 ODI final between Pakistan and England. And that final, and he's gone, he scored. Gurakesh Moti strikes. Drakes gone, caught at slip. Gurakesh Moti drawing him forward. Drake's gone.
Very good bowling there from Gurakesh Moti. Flight to delivery, spinning it away from the right-handed Drakes, who's played probably a shutter ball from the time he got to the crease. That took the outside edge, and a sharp catch taken there by Captain Leon Johnson to his left. So CCC have now lost a second wicket. Drakes goes, caught Johnson, bowled Moti for 6. 62 for 2, CCC.
Very disappointing from Drakes. He came in at number 3, showing his intent, his over-attacking intent. And that attacking shot was able to bring his downfall. So it's 62 for 2. The partnership only 10 runs. So the final will be played at the MCG in Australia, just like 30 years ago, when Pakistan beat England in the I keep saying T20, but it's the 50 over final in 1992, also at the MCG in Australia. So maybe Pakistan will be hoping for another repeat, hoping for history to repeat itself. But England have put on a very strong display, beating India by 10 wickets. Who do you have for that final?
So I said it before. Supporting Pakistan for tomorrow's game. I'm the sort of person who likes to back the underdog, and I think going into the World Cup, Australia, India, England would have been the favourites. Maybe not in that order. So final England versus Pakistan. I'm hoping for a Pakistan victory.
He's driving down to long off. They will just get one. Bedesi is the new batsman. He gets off the mark. Navin Bedesi is on 1. Rupchan on 13. Gurakesh Moti completes his second over. An over that got the wicket of Drakes for 6. At the end of 12, it's 63 for 2.
The CCC team would be needing a partnership, something of the likes of what Imlach and Savory were able to give to the Harpy Eagles. And these two put their heads down and really bat for some time. As I see what appears to be a bit of a drizzle.
Maybe John Ramsing is happy with that one, or did he have anything to do with that drizzle? He's not in the box here with us, so maybe he's doing a dance outside. With the second wicket, the pass score now is above the CCC score. The pass score is now 72. So it's very important to keep your wickets intact for CCC. For CCC's, because a beautiful ball, as we see St. Clair's first over. Beautiful ball, getting some turn, beating the pack. His second over, sorry. His first over in the second spell, I should say. His first over from this end, the northern end. He started the innings at the bottom end, at the St. Clair. Another one of the West Indies another one of the West Indies players, another one of the West Indies spinners, not in the team at the moment, but he's always in and around the setup. There's a light drizzle, but it's a drizzle you can play through. It's not a drizzle to stop play. Of course, Guyana Harpy Eagles would want to get on with it. This one is going down leg side.
So losing his radar just a bit here is St. Clair. As we see the clouds building up around the facility at the moment.
A lot of blue skies, the sun are with us. So we have just clouds building up on one portion of the sky. But we are also seeing is a lot of bright skies. And the sun is still with us here at the Queen's Park Oval, where the Guyana Harpy Eagles are trying to restrict the CCC after making 266. CCC are now 65 for 2. They need a further 202 deliveries from 222 balls. 202 runs from 222 balls. India! Just in front. But Mario Shepherd doing well to save the 4 when he realized he couldn't catch it. He adjusted to save the 4.
A valiant attempt there by Mario Shepherd. He attacked the ball, he came to take the catch. And as you said, upon realizing he wasn't going to make up the ground to complete the catch, he was able to get his body behind it, prevent the ball getting past him.
A good adjustment from the batsman. He played the next ball on the ground. Good Kishmoti getting 3 overs. quite quickly. 1 for 6 after 2 overs and 4 balls.
This time is played along the ground here by Rupchan. Shepherd again does the fielding.
Shepherd doing a lot of fielding down there at long off and long on. Good ball. Beating the bat this time to end the over. Kishmoti 3 overs, 1 for 7. And CCC after 14 overs, 68 for 2.
And realizing that the rain may be with us, the Harpy Eagles, they have 2 spinners in operation at the moment. They're probably trying to get through to over 20, which will constitute a match. Captain Johnson just in conversation there with Sinclair.
And as things stand, the CCC are 5 runs behind the DL's past score, which doesn't come into effect until 20 overs. But if they want to keep pace to know which part they are, they're just 5 runs behind. And if the wicket should fall, it will increase.
Sinclair pulling to Rupchan. Rupchan is just standing tall and defending his delivery back along the pitch. The bowler does the fielding. Time is pushed down to long on there by Rupchan. So since the power play has been completed, the aggression with regards to the stroke play of the CCC batsmen has definitely ceased.
Yes, of course, because you have more players on the outfield. Less gaps. The boundaries are now protected. There's a loud appeal. The umpire does not move. And Badesi will survive. He's going through mid-wicket for 1. The score now reaches 70 for 2.
So you're actually seeing a greater effort by these two to rotate the strike, turn the strike over, as opposed to the attempt that was made early in the piece when they were playing almost a shutter ball.
While they were appealing, they would just get off for 1 and they would think about the second. Mario Shepherd getting back there, so they will only run the 1 run, and that will be a leg by. Did we see the leg by signal?
Yeah.
So it's a leg by. This is the final delivery from Sinclair's 3rd over. Pushing that in front of him. Retrieved by the wicketkeeper, and they will get no run. So at the end of 15, just 5 more overs to go until we get to 20, that will constitute a match. It's 71 for 2 in reply to Guyana's 266.
Continuing from this end would be Moti. Picked up the last wicket to fall, that of Drake's. Caught and slipped by Captain Johnson for 6. He'd be bowling to the right-handed Rupchan, who's on 16 from some 34 deliveries. Full pitch delivery turned into the onside here by Rupchan. Good running. And first bit of aggressive running that we've seen from this pair. Turned into the onside, and Rupchan, from the time the ball came off his bat, seemed to be very intent on getting back for 2. He did so fairly easy. This time he's well forward as Rupchan, defending into the offside. Feel like they had short extra cover as Shimron Hetmeyer. Attempting a slug sweep, a loud appeal here from Moti. Didn't get any sort of support from the wicketkeeper or the fielder had slipped and Captain Johnson. Umpire says not out.
That was a very good shout actually from Gudakesh Moti. Might have been hitting him outside the off stump. Other than that, it was a very good shout. Don't want to be bowling loose deliveries to release the pressure. Because 2 wickets down. Perhaps let me say that they're behind the Duckworth Lewis score at the moment. Some scoreboard pressure might be creeping in. So just want to maintain that pressure, Moti. Chance for a run.
Single.
Now Smith on that occasion just raising his head at the last moment as the ball was about to get into his hands. Had he picked up cleanly, I think he was aiming for the non-striker's end. Could have been very close. It's not to be.
That's what good running, good aggressive running tends to do the fielders sometimes. They get there and just panic. There we had a poor delivery from Moti, and in my account should have been hit either side of the fielder. There was a boundary to be taken. Rupchan hit it straight to the fielder. They had backward point, who had a partial stop, enough to prevent the batsman even attempting a run. That's going to bring an end to over number 16. CCC are 75 for 2 in pursuit of them 267 for victory.
There's a very ugly cloud straight overhead. That's just drizzling a little bit, just dripping just a little bit. But other than that, there's nothing else to worry about. So no need to worry about the weather at the moment.
Our very own weatherman, Mr. John Ramsing.
St. Clair is going to continue. This is his 4th over, none for 7 so far. Quick single again, so I think they're taking a page out of the book. Savory and Imlach. Just dropping it with soft hands, not taking a lot of time before they can take off for the single. And they're doing it very good so far, Rupchan and Badesi.
Yeah, they've definitely tempered down since the power play ended. The first power play, that is. In the first 10 overs, everybody more or less played a shutter ball. Since then, just really made an effort to run well between the wickets.
A direct hit this time, but Badesi will call his partner through for a single. So Rupchan went back and the stump was hit. The ricochet allowed them to get a run eventually. So it's not a bad effort by Pramal. And if there's one rule perhaps I would like to change in ICC, is that rule. After the ball has hit the stump, the batters cannot run after that. Sometimes you see a tight single being taken after that.
Well, I think we all remember the World Cup final. Ball coming off the helmet of Ben Stokes.
At the back of his bat actually.
Okay, back of his bat. And making its way to the boundary. Affording some 5 runs. In the end to England. I think that more or less took them to the eventual victory. So Rupchan and BDC, they continue to rotate strike. We have not seen a boundary for quite a while. But the dot balls are few and far in between.
Not doing a bad job in running the singles and the twos. So don't need to worry just yet about boundaries. Required run rate is still on the 6. Scoring at just under 5. This one's helped away nicely. He runs for Bedesi. He can get very close to the boundary. Shepherd is after it. He will just casually take the second. So 2 runs to end the 17th over. 81 for 2.
This partnership continue to build between Bidesi and Rupchan. I think Captain Ramden and the management of the CCC team would probably be sending a message here. Just continue this work, continue to play on merit, continue to rotate the strike.
So there's some medical attention being given to Rupchand. The match between CCC and the Harpy Eagles that was played at Brian Lara Academy early up in the tournament. We saw a batsman that was well set had to retire hurt after the physio and the medical staff were on the field quite busy getting medical attention to him. Eventually it was too much and he left the field, retired out. That was Demario Richards. We haven't seen him since. So water break is going to be taken now after 17 overs, 81 for a loss of 2. You can do a quick comparison. At the same stage, after 17 overs, the Guyana Harpy Eagles were 80 for 1. And now we're seeing the CCC 81 for 2. So they're 1 run ahead, and they've lost the extra wicket as well. So that basically puts it at even Stevens.
Yeah, it's more or less even Steven, just one run, one wicket. The DL pass score at the moment is 82. So it's very close, to say the least. I think the start that the CCC got from Christian Kalitran had them ahead. But since his departure, as I said before, they haven't really picked up much boundaries.
Kalitran was forced to go for 32. Caught in the deep by Sinclair off the bowling of Shepherd. It was 1 for 52 in the 8th over. 10 runs later, Jonathan Drakes, one of the more accomplished batters in the CCC side, caught that slip off the bowling of Moti. Leon Johnson, the captain, holding on to that one. Drakes went for 6. It was 2 for 62 in the 12th over. And now Rupchan, the opener, and Bedesi have taken the score now on to 80 without further loss. A partnership of 18 so far. Remember, they're replying to 266 made by the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And once again, we see the Harpy Eagles not batting their full quota of 50 overs, bowled out in the 48 for the 7.3 overs. So not only that they left some runs out there, they also did not bat their quota of 50 overs against tougher opposition. That can be very detrimental.
Yeah, very much so. I think that's one of the golden rules in limited over cricket is to bat your full allotment. And after they were well placed with that huge partnership from Savory and Imlak, had you said to anybody who see a view in cricket that they would not bat 50 overs, it would have come as some sort of a surprise.
And just to give you some news of the next match in the zone, a very important game as well. TNT Red Force won the toss and they're in the field. The win was Volcanoes in the 3rd over, 20 for the loss of 2. Quickly scoring, but also quickly losing wickets. Alakatane is still there, he's on 1. Kavim Hodge yet to face a ball is with him. You've seen the fall of Johan Jeremiah, who's bowled by Gabriel for 5, and Johnson Charles run out for 8 after hitting 2 boundaries. So 21 now, 21 after 3 overs for a loss of 2. The win was Volcanoes against the Red Force.
Good start by the Red Force team, picking up those 2 early wickets. I think the Volcanoes now would want to consolidate with Anthony's and Hodge and really build on and build a foundation that they could really write home. with and get a decent score that they could probably try to defend. Anthony has had a very good start to the tournament, scoring a couple centuries.
And we're seeing perhaps a repeat of what happened at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy when these teams played in the earlier round. Set batsman having to retire hurt. So Richards, who retired pretty much at the same stage, it was at a water break that happened as well. Now we're seeing, it looks like Bidesi. Bidesi is still there, so Rupchan is the one who has retired. So the Mario Richards, who was well set at the time, on 36. And now we're seeing Rupchan, 21 from 41, retiring hurt as well. Dinesh Ramdin, the captain, is in the middle. So you can say no, maybe 81 for 3, despite it's not official. Maybe he will take some treatment, Rupchan, and come again.
I think for CCC they would probably really want him to be able to return to the crease at some stage. With that being said, Ramdin faces up to his first delivery.
So it was at a water break, which was taken at 17 overs. That Rupchan left the field. He was getting some medical treatment on the field, then eventually left the field. But this is still there. And they're looking to get off the mark, will not do so. West Indies under 19 women will be in action tomorrow as they start their quadrangular tournament in Vizag. They'll be playing India A team tomorrow morning, Guyana time, Guyana and the Eastern Caribbean time. So Ramdin is off the mark. So West Indies under 19 side will be in action tomorrow, then Tuesday against Sri Lanka A, Sri Lanka, sorry, and Sri Lanka again on the 17th. The final is set for the 19th, then they'll take on New Zealand on the 19th in 2 matches as well. So lots of cricket being played by the under 19 side. The first on the 19 side that was put together, actually, they recently toured the USA, and now they're in India. Head coach Stephen Liebert breaking history, the first coach of a female on the 19 side for the West Indies. So Moti completes over number 18, 84 for 2. Back home, there's a Prime Minister's T20 Softball Cup that is on right now in the semi-final stage. 30 teams started that tournament. Now we're down to the semi-final stage. It means down to 4 categories, 4 teams each. It's at 16 now. I see some clouds towards the east. I'm not going to pronounce on that one. Isaac, let's have your take on that.
I think it's fairly high.
Correct.
So at the moment there's no threat of rain, but you can never tell with the weather patterns in the Caribbean in the recent past. Rain seems to come out of nowhere. So this softball cup that you've been speaking about in Guyana, is it bowling or is it pelting?
Bowling. So the bowling was called like leg breaks. Yeah, but it's coming from underhand rather than going overhand. It's short ball, start of a new spell from Smith, pulled away immediately by Ramdin. Just too short. And with the experience of Ramdin, he will not miss out on that one.
Captain Leon Johnson going back to his speedster in Niall Smith. I think there's no secret as to how good Dinesh Ramdin is against spin. Maybe that had a bit of play in the decision by Captain Johnson to go back to his speedster. Not the sort of length that you'd want to bowl to Dinesh. He loves the pull, he loves the cut. He's very good against the short ball. This time he's punching that one into the offside just to the right of the fielder there at backward point. Getting himself off the mark.
Did you see punch on?
So he's quickly into his work here as Dinesh Ramdan. He's on 7 from 7 deliveries. With him BDC's 9 from 20 deliveries. 89 for 2 CCC.
Captain Ramden got 82 not out in the last game. It kept the Windwards at bay. He did not. Did it prevented the CCC from being bowled out. So he held it nicely with 82 not out. Before that, he had 38 as his next best total. That was against the Harpy Eagles. Appeal for something, because that certainly came off the inside edge of the bat.
And the bowler went up last there. Fielders on the ring on the offside, they appeal, and then Niall Smith joined in.
Yes, Isaac. So the underhand tournament, the softball tournament at home. Remember when cricket started, it was among the ladies, because of that big dress they had. They started to bowl underhand, and because of the dress getting into their way, they had to go overhand. That's how overhand cricket started. So yes, they're playing what is called the People's Game. It's organized by the Georgetown Softball Cricket League. Nothing to do with the Guyana Cricket Board. Cricket Board organizes the traditional hardball cricket. Yeah, but it's well received at home, well supported. Down to the semi-final stages this afternoon. Tomorrow will be finals in all 4 categories. Must give her congratulations to the teams making it into the semi-finals and wishing them best luck.
So they say you learn something new every day. So I never knew about the underhand part of it with the ladies and the dresses and stuff like that. So I guess that's what I learned today.
Brush something on its way through, perhaps the tight pad. Wide not given, and it went into the gloves of Bramble, so not a catch either. That tournament is so big, Isaac. It's like 3 legs of it. It starts in Florida in the early part of the year with same softball teams. Then they go on to New York, July, and finish off in Guyana in November.
Wow.
Down the leg side, but he was across his off stump with AC, so that went over his stump actually. So Smith finishes his comeback over. 19 gone, 89 for 2.
Batsman there a bit surprised that wide wasn't called. As you said, he went across his stumps, so maybe in the umpire's view it was just over the leg stump. It's going to be a change in the bowling from this the commentary booth end. First Sammy Pomol is going to be reintroduced into the attack. Remember, he bowled from the Brian Lara Pavilion and was taken 2 by Kirsten Kalicharan. He was promptly taken out of the attack. His first 2 overs went for 16 runs. He's going to have a go from the commentary booth end. Dinesh Ramdan. So batsman on strike.
Just 4 wickets before this match for Samir Pamal in this tournament. The 33-year-old will be looking to get much more than that before the tournament ends. Bad bit of feeling there from Kevin Sinclair, allowing the single to be taken.
What first looked like a regulation stop for a fielder of his caliber. He made a complete hash of it and afforded Dinesh Ramdan the opportunity to get off strike.
The last game against the TNT Red Force, Permal did not pick up a wicket, but the other games had 1 wicket in each of those matches. Started at 1 for 57 against the Volcanoes, 1 for 51 against Red Force, 1 for 43 against CCC, 1 for 21 against Windward Islands Volcanoes, and none for 40. Quite similar to the player who missed out today, Clinton Pestano, picked up 1 wicket in the previous 5 matches that he has played as well. Today he's out of the team. Niall Smith is in his place.
What do you think is the reason for that change at Pestano and Smith? Is it just a tactical change? Is it a bit of injury?
I think it may be more tactical indeed, trying to get better use of the new balls. Because Pestano not necessarily bowling the new ball very well, but in his latter spells come back nicely with good control, and then he would pick up a wicket. Picked up the early wickets in 2 matches, but his early spell, and I think that's what the Guyana Harpy Eagles were looking for when they made that change. Someone who can really maximize the use of the new balls. Smith was not given a new ball today, mind you, but not so bad in his 4 overs to date. End of 20, so we have a match in hand. Match constituted, 91 for 2. It's very hot, but taking a hot seat once again is the former Trinidad and Tobago fast bowler who has a very good record of driving, but not on the field, but around the roads of Trinidad and Tobago. Hello, Ruskin.
Hi, John. 20 overs in the books. You're a happy man. You're breathing easy, you know. But it's good. I really, based on this morning, I didn't really expect anything other than what we have now. It's a nice delivery.
Kevin Sinclair replacing Niall Smith. Sinclair as well, short of wickets, just 2 wickets for the off spinner in this season. How was that? Big appeal. Jonathan Blades says you're out. You could have seen that a mile away.
And you can't argue about it. His head was in the air. He went for broke there, and PDC really played around the ball. Look at it again. The ball rushed into the pad, and he is out LBW for 10.
Timely wicket for the Guyana Harpy Eagles to pick up, but they see 10 from 30. 91 now for the loss of 3. This is the 21st over in progress. And every wicket now that falls, that the Duckworth, Lewis and Stern asking rate will go up. But I don't think that will be too much of a worry now that we've seen the disappearance of that dark cloud.
Yeah, because I was explaining to Isaac earlier, when I was coming through St. James this morning early, the sun was like this big sun, and it was just, you couldn't even see properly to drive. And I was like 6 in the morning. So I was surprised I even got rain now based on what transpired like throughout the morning period. And but even that little drizzle that we had has subsided now, in fact has disappeared. And even though there might be 1 or 2 lingering clouds about, I don't think it's really threatening the cricket at the moment. This is more like beach weather.
Maracas Beach, Manzanilla,
Bacon shark.
Bacon Shark. I had one of those this morning for breakfast actually. And my good friend, my host actually, Robert, setting up some dinner tonight, maybe some duck curry. Or is it curry duck?
Curry duck. I think in Guyana the curry comes last.
I guess depends on who's cooking. Sinclair with his tail up to the new batter, Odin Makati. Looking to get off the mark. Nicely knocked down by Versambi Pamal. I was looking at Sinclair's shirt number earlier today, and he's bowling with a number that was used previously by a Guyana player. Nice flight to delivery. This time Makati will get off the mark. Mahendra Nagamutu. He used to wear number 43 in his playing days for Guyana. Went on to the West Indies side as well with number 43. And recently, I'm seeing Nagamutu with 370 on his back. That's the number first class wickets he has. So now Kevin Sinclair must find out.
He's still playing domestic cricket.
He's still playing, some club cricket, but he's living in the United States of America now. I must find out from Kevin Sinclair if he's aware of the history behind that shirt number.
And I remember Nagamutu very well. And in fact, I was doing a game in South, and he struck a ball straight overhead.
He's quite a character, Nagamutu.
He struck the ball, and the cameraman, which was my cameraman at the time, was trying to follow the ball. So the ball went up, and he was like that, trying to follow the ball came straight at him and struck him straight in the head. I think he lost sight of the ball. He was so intent on following the ball. Now, he's done a lot of cricket in the past. So that completes the over. It's 92 for 3 now after 21. And a good steady over from Sinclair. Wicket in the over as well, so he'll be happy with that. And I think that should do his confidence a world of good, because there's nothing like taking wickets.
Just his third wicket of the CG United Super 50 Cup.
And here's the man that I think the Guyana Harpy Eagles will be hoping could really get on song.
Yeah, nice flighty delivery. As well, just before Isaac left, he asked a question about a tactical move to bring Smith into the team today. Rutherford has been doing a lot of bowling. That's because Pestano was not able to get through his 10 overs more often than not. So had to be supported or helped along the way by Rutherford. So now they're hoping to get 10 overs maximum from Niall Smith. Hit hard into the ground by Ramdin. He will get an extra run. He's now 1-9, captain of the CCC side.
But I'm glad that he came when he did, because I don't think he could have afforded to hold himself back and allow the less experienced players to operate against a fairly experienced Guyana, Harpy Eagles outfit. So he needed to strategically put himself.
Oh, beautiful delivery, just pitched and group. Nice spinning delivery, spinning away from the outstretched bat. He was playing and missing.
That's a good delivery, very good delivery from Permaul.
Very similar, this time Makati smothering the spin, reaching right forward. Permaul now into his 4th over, yet to pick up a wicket in this match. Too short, will not get a wicket there, Permaul.
Again, he was trying to bowl a little bit quicker and succeeded only in conceding a run to the man at long on. It's the end of the over, 22 in the books, 94 for 3 now.
Comparatively, after 22 overs, the Guyana Harpy Eagles 100 came up. They're 101 at that stage for 1 wicket. So CCC behind by 7 runs, and they've lost 2 extra wickets.
And that is the challenge for CCC now, is to try to get close as possible.
Makati getting close as possible to that one, as Sinclair starts a new over, into the 6th over of his work Kevin Sinclair, the 22-year-old Barbician. Quick single. Pummel onto it, direct hit. How's that? Question asked. Umpire Chris Wright not interested, and they will get an extra run as the ball, after the direct hit, goes down towards the boundary behind the wicketkeeper. Savory stops it from going into the boundary, but cannot prevent the single. So 2 more.
Good cricket all around. It was a well-judged single in the end, although Randon might have been a little bit slow, but I think once he got the call and he recognized that his teammate was on the move, he took off and he'd made it ground. It was close, but I think he was safely home. Unfortunately for the fielding team, the ricochet cost them a run.
Smith getting his opportunity today. So the only player in the Harpy Eagles squad yet, the player did not play in the preliminary stages, is Quentin Sampson, the exciting young all-rounder from Essequibo. Carrier in the Essequibo River. Lots of support for the young man back home. His mom and dad, they look at every game. They've been chatting and constantly encouraging him to stay strong. Has good support for the field as well. Chipped in the air, taken.
And, too easy, way too easy. Because he was trying to make room and trying to hit, but you know there's a principle. You don't flick spin bowling, you hit spin bowling. And he was trying to flick spin bowling, and that's the reason why. Because the timing of the bat, based on the timing of the ball, sometimes not in sync. And it was too easy, Rutherford taking a simple catch.
So McCarthy goes for 2. And another wicket going down now for the CCC in over number 23. 96 now for the loss of 4.
So again, another successful over for Sinclair. He has wickets in back-to-back overs now. So we're talking about doing his confidence good. You know, this is kind of like what more like him now. He's more bubbly. He's a little more active, and as a result, his bowling is a lot better. And he's also giving the ball time to do its work.
Yeah.
Matthew Ford is the new batsman.
And the pitch tend to, because they're getting a bit aged now, this Queen's Park oval pitch, offering a little bit of assistance we're seeing to Sinclair from all of that exaggerated turn in the previous over. The spinners coming into their own in the back end of this game.
You look at it, 164 balls to get 171 runs now.
And so the required run rate has gone past the runner ball. They're losing wickets. Remember, one of the set batters in Kyle Rupchan, the opener, retired hurt at 81 for 2. He was on 21. That was the end of 17 overs. Whether he's going to come back is left to be seen.
And this has always been the danger for the CCC outfit, is can their batsmen really challenge that 266? Because so many of them are inexperienced batsmen. It's almost like you're not quite sure how they're going to build these innings and get these runs. So that completes another over. 23 now. 96 for 4 at the end of it.
Successful over again for Sinclair. Figure certainly looking much better.
96 for 4, I should say.
267 now, like a country mile away for the CCC. Captain Ramden is there, he's on 10. Matthew Ford has just gotten there, just faced 2 deliveries. Sinclair 2 for 17. Supporting Shepherd and Moti, the other wicket takers. But over at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy down south here in Trinidad, Akil Hussain has picked up 2 for 26 from 4 overs so far. The Volcano was 42 for the loss of 4. We're just into the 9th over of that game.
And here we're 96 for 4 in the 23rd.
Pomal starts a new over. His 5th of this game.
Ramden's going to have to figure out a way how to score runs and dominate the strike. He was trying to manufacture a run there and almost paid the price. I think that ball passed over the stump. But just to the side of it. Yep.
That's the third we're talking about. Much fuller this time, and he'll get a single, punching it down to long on. Captain Ramden, the 36-year-old. The best glove man I've seen behind the stumps for West Indies. Dennis Ramden.
Sydney has distinguished himself as a gloveman, and the man who would have coached him for a number of years, David Williams, is probably the one with the quickest pair of hands. I think one time, if I'm not mistaken, I think he stumped Viv Richard. I think Viv thought he was bold. He couldn't believe it.
That's one of the things I enjoy, Ruskin. Going back to the cricket clubs or into a cricket gaff or a cricket tent. I listen to audio will talk about cricket. And that one, I can just imagine Sir Viv replaying that as it happened. I could even listen to the David Williams version of it. That one is picking it up nicely. Runs for CCC. Ramden gets another boundary. 100 is on the board now for the combined campuses and colleges. In over 24, it's 102 for 4.
That's a glorious shot. He was on the back first. He allowed the ball to turn, and then you could see him coming down on the ball and putting a good amount of pressure on it, applying the power. And then what was even more impressive is the gap, because there are two fieldsmen very close together there on the offside.
Treading it like a needle. This time he finds one of those fielder at extra cover. Rutherford knocks it down, and that's the end of 24. Score remains at 102 for 4.
Again, a pretty decent over until Ramden produced that exquisite drive, well, a back foot drive really, that pierced the field and picked up a boundary at deep extra cover. But other than that, he kept the batsmen pretty quiet. They were basically just taking singles or trying to get singles from him. But I think Sinclair has stepped up his game now, and he's picked up a couple of wickets. Now Permaul probably has to get jealous and try to do a similar thing at the other end just to keep the pressure on.
Still to come, Amari Goodridge, Abhijay Mansingh, Isaiah Ali from Mario Greaves. Not necessarily in that order. Sinclair now into his 7th over. Shepherd bowled 4 overs, 1 for 19. Permaul completed 5, none for 26. Smith 4 overs, none for 17. And Moti 5 overs, 1 for 14. So lots of options still available. Johnson rotating his bowlers nicely so far. Nobody getting an extended spell. That's another topic. As we speak about the man, he's on the ball, Leon Johnson. Not getting the runs, but as a leader, take nothing away from the man.
But again, because the bowlers are being rotated so much, the batsmen can't concentrate on them either.
Will Ramden turn for the second? Ford is quick, but Ramden settles on 1. Oh, taken a bit high on the forearm there, Bramble.
And the return coming in from the deep wasn't the best. It bounced in front of him and just forced him to kind of take a little bit of evasive action. He was trying to protect it, from going past him. He did that, but he's in pain. You look at him now, he's just like holding that hand.
There's that bone that does not have a lot of meat on it. Between just by the wrist area. I think that's where he got hit. Bramble is a fighter. Strong lad. Even the big guy feel pain.
Not for the first time he's playing that shot, and he's playing it well. He's not trying to hit it too hard, and he's kept it down.
Over number 25 in progress. Ian Wilson will come after the over.
And I think the batsman just got he just got struck in the midrib, in the midsection there, as he was trying to at least advance to the possibility of a single, and Sinclair just ran across him and might have burst. I don't think he deliberately did, but he probably just tried to put his hand to protect himself more than anything else. And I think Ford got a little painful blow.
It reminds me of wrestling. Sometimes a smallest of hit, and the exaggerated movement or reaction you would see. So that's the end of 25. CCC set a target of 267. They've lost 4 wickets. It's now 104 for 4.
25 overs completed now, so we're at the halfway stage at this point. Ford is on 3, Ramden is on 16. Pumol it is who's going to continue from this top end. As we welcome back Ian Wilson.
Yes, so just had a walk a couple overs ago. And just getting a feel of the players, a feel of the atmosphere in the oval.
Again, he's driving this time a little bit up. When it left the bat, it was in the air for a while. But another comfortable single for Ford. He's shaped well. He isn't trying to overhit the ball. But he's making good contact with bat to ball.
Ford did well with the ball in his hand, and now he has to do the job with a bat in his hand.
Ramden is watchful, and I was just making the point that I feel Ramden has to play a really long and outstanding innings here to keep the team together, keep this innings together.
Yes, of course, Dinesh Ramden is the one with the test experience. He has international experience, former West Indies captain. So, of course, he is the person that the team would want to look towards to getting the bulk of the runs. And, of course, what Ford would want to do as he's getting ready to face is to give Ramden that support.
Here he is again, watchful, and they're going to take another easy single. That's good running. Because they, as they say, they put in the ball where the fielders are not, and when you do that, chances are you're going to get runs and you can rotate strike.
They're comfortable doing that. Pumol into his 6th over, none for 28.
108 for 4. They're going to go for a quick single here. They're going to get one. They might come out for a second, and they will. Not much they could do about that. Once the ball was missed in the outfield by Rutherford, it was very easy for them to come back for a second run.
Just 158 runs to go from 146 balls. 25 overs gone, plus 5 deliveries.
Ramden again shaping as if he wanted to come forward, and then just sort of easing onto that back foot and punches it for another comfortable single. 111 now for 4. the English would be very uncomfortable with 111 on the board. They're very superstitious about that. Umpire Dickie Bird would be hopping on one leg. And you know, every time they bring that up, something happens at 111. It's almost as if they bring it to life.
I can remember distinctly Dickie Bird doing the hop.
Umpire Shepherd. I think Sinclair started, he saw the little scooter close to the boundary. Ramden looks comfortable at the crease. He doesn't look rushed or anything, and he's just trying to play each ball on merit. But at some point, he's going to have to decide, you know, when to change gears a little bit here. As it is right now, he's just playing on merit. He's playing each ball on merit.
And Sinclair having taken 2 for 21. Maybe he just wants to see off Sinclair. Just 2 overs to go after the completion of this over.
Yeah, he is standing up straight, using the full length of the crease there. He went deep in the crease and give himself a little extra time. And not for the first time, Bramble is having problems collecting the ball. Maybe that blow that he took to the hand is still bothering him. There was a return from Hetmeyer that bounced awkwardly in front of him and struck him a painful blow in the forearm. Quicker delivery.
Ford is just cutting that backward point. He's looking handy with a bat, Ruskin.
Yes, he's not afraid, and they're going to come for a quick single here. Dinesh has to hurry, and he does. And again, he's judging it well. Although it was his call because the ball was behind Ford's back, and Ramden obviously felt that he had it in him. He still has it in terms of speed, that he was able to make his ground, but he was close. But I sense that he's getting to that point where he feels like he has to do something to kind of take over this scoring in this game.
Yes, because right now they are over 6 runs per over required.
Another quick single and another well-judged single as that. Then they thought they were going to go back for the second run. Ford turned and was screaming going down the road. Ramden then decided, no, sorry young man, you have to go back. And he did just that. I know that all too well with Carl Furlong. 114 for 4.
Yes, it was the end of the over, and of course Ramden, being at the non-strikers and wanted to keep the strike at the start of the new over, this time bowled by Verisamy Purmall, 6 overs, none for 32, and they will want to continue picking the runs off of Purmall. Just over 5 runs per over. They're comfortable at going at that rate until, as I mentioned, at that point where they have to accelerate.
I mean, this is good, but this is good. Like, for example, like if you were just building an innings, and you're not sure what total it is, but you're trying to build to get as many as possible. Now you have a total, and you have to figure out how you're getting to that total. And right now, it's while it's easy, it's not as fluid as I think they would like. Not enough boundaries. Trying to sweep this one. He does get it down to fine leg. They're going for 1. They're going to get a second. I don't think Ramden is interested in a third. And 2 it is.
So Ford goes on to 8 with that sweep down the leg side. And I have no problem seeing bowlers sweeping when the balls are going down leg side and things like that. But when the ball is dead middle and you want to play across, then I have a problem with that, especially to a batsman who Hasn't been there for too long.
The next delivery is a good one from Permol, but again, he's not really troubling the batsman as he used to in the past. For some reason, he's just seemed to have lost. Maybe he's lost a little bit of confidence, but he hasn't really, come to the party as yet. Certainly in the wicket-taking department. In the game against the Red Force, he didn't get a wicket. In fact, he was hit out of the attack first up. And here they are again, getting another single out into the offside. So it's all just meandering along at the moment. The Guyana Harpy Eagles will be happy that they just sort of accumulating runs slowly by singles and not by fours and sixes. And again, Ramdin just waiting for the turn, and as it turns, slow turn, he's able to comfortably push it into the offside. He remains 23, 9 to Ford. It's 118 for 4.
Well, certainly the Guyana Harpy Eagles will be satisfied with the rate of scoring by the CCC. Just getting the singles, the ones and the twos. And the CCC shouldn't be too concerned about that because they still have a lot of time to go as we're looking at the Harpy Eagles scorecard, their first innings, where Tevin Imlak would stand out with his 75. And of course, we saw the 69 from Sawan as Savory, as this ball is played on the onside. They will get no run. Ford facing St. Clair's 9th over. 8 overs, 2 for 23 before this one.
He wants a single, but it's not there. Ramdin not interested. Ramdin is probably saying, I'm quick, but I don't think I'm that quick.
He goes by the nickname Shotter. He thought he would have shot himself to the other end.
Well, he needed a cannon to shoot him down to the other end. So 118 for 4 it is. Things just going along right now. And again, trying to see if he could manufacture a run in the offside, just a push and run, but not well executed. Again, trying to turn it on the onside and signal a wide by the umpire. What we haven't seen Sinclair do is bowl in no balls. Remember in the game against Trinidad, I think he bowled 2 in quick succession. This time again, Ford is watchful to a slightly quicker delivery from Sinclair. Again, a repeat of that particular shot. It ends the over the 9 completed by Sinclair, and it's 119 for 4 now after 29.
Yeah, so Guyana Harpy Eagles, they are just happy now. The longer they continue like this, the run rate will get up. It's right now, it's the required run rate is 7 runs per over. We are in the 29th over, 21 overs to go to get 148 runs. So when would Ramdin and Ford would want to accelerate, Ruskin?
Yeah, they have to do something at some point. Somebody will have to start taking a few risks. I don't mean to just go bonkers and swing at everything, but there are a couple of deliveries there that you could try to pound, through the offside, maybe straight back past the bowler, which is always a good area to do your damage. But Gudakesh Muti is back, so he might try to change those plans. And he's bowling first up to Dinesh Ramdin with a slip. A short third man, a man in the point sweeping. Trying to get that one through, but he can't beat the man at short cover.
Will be an interesting over from Gudakish Moti.
Ramdin driving on the onside. And loads of space forward of the wicket, forward of square on the onside. So once you get it into that general area, you're almost guaranteed a single. It's one of the modern day strategy in limited overs cricket. They tend to leave big gaps inside the circle and protect the boundaries.
That's allowing the batsman to get a lot of singles, especially if you could play with soft hands.
And the thing with playing with soft hands, you also have to play the direction in which you play the ball sometimes. So you have to maneuver the ball into those gaps. They're going for a quick single and they're going to get it too, because immediately the fieldsman was locked off. He didn't have a chance to attack the ball. Looks like Rutherford there, and the batsman got a fairly easy single. I don't think Leon Johnson was thrilled about that. Muti again bowls, and that one is cracked into the offside once more for another comfortable single.
So as you mentioned before, a lot of space, but the boundaries are protected. And with that, Ramdin moves on to 25. Ford is on 10 from 22.
He wants a single there, but it's not there. Ramdin did the smart thing, sent him back.
As he was being overly ambitious with that, wanting to get off. But Ramdin would keep the strike so that he would face. And Kevin Sinclair's final over, 9 overs, 2 for 20, so some very good figures as we welcome Isaac back into the attack. So Isaac is back in the attack.
Pleasant good afternoon again, Ian.
So Kevin Sinclair, 9 overs, 1 ball, 2 for 24. Ramdin is pushing that on the inside, not beating the closing fielder. Getting that one, Ramdin down to long on. He moves on by 1. The score 123 for 4. Ramdin moves on to 26.
Kevin Sinclair in his attempt to stop that one getting past him, he got into a bit of a tangle there with Matthew Ford. And he didn't seem to be too pleased about it, Sinclair.
And he's bowled actually. He's bowled. Ramdin going, and that's a very Ford goes. I think Ramdin will not be happy with that, but Ford goes for 10. Ramdin is still there, 26. But Ford coming in at number 6. Coming in at number 7, forgot the batsman who had retired earlier, Rupchan. So he's now coming back into the face. So it's 5 wickets down. Ford going back for 10, and Rupchan, who is on 21, will come back and join his captain Dinesh Ramdin, who's on 26. So not a bad state here for the CCC just yet. They still have a lot of time to go in this innings.
For that delivery, got out with the attempted to play a punch off the back foot. And the ball seemed to just come off the inner portion of his bat and made its way back onto the stumps. Very well bowled by Sinclair. He's been very tight with his lines, wicket to wicket stuff, not really affording much room on either side of the wicket. His length has been immaculate as well. He's bowled 9.4 overs, picked up some 3 wickets, conceding just 26 runs. So very good stuff from him. I think Captain Johnson will be well pleased with his work.
So just 2 more deliveries to complete his 10-over spell. He's playing this back to the bowler, Rupchan.
Again, he continues to be very tight, Sinclair.
He's asking a question, but the umpire would say no, and that's the end of Sinclair's spell. The outer favour West Indies spinner. 3 for 26. And of course, he's in and around the squad, not getting into the teams just yet, but at this point in time, but he's always one of the players that you would think that yes, he's always around. His name would be mentioned when they're picking the team.
Yeah, I guess he'll always be in the conversation. Kevin Sinclair picking up some 3 wickets for 26 runs. Just so that's his best figures for the season. So good on you, Kevin Sinclair. Well bowled.
We didn't see the somersaults from him for these innings.
He actually did a standing backflip after he picked up that last wicket.
In the meantime, this is Gudakesh Muti. Started his 7th over. 1 for 18. His figures read. Rupchand and Ramdin, they are going, well, Ramdin and Rupchand going quite well. Rupchand just returning from, and after being retired hurt, he's on 21 from 42. Ramdin 27 from 40. And he's gone. So Permol in the deep, taking an easy catch, and Rupchan does not stick around, maybe trying to hit his way out of the difficulty he had in sometimes when as a batsman you are hurt. It would adjust the way that you bat, it would affect the way that you bat if you are still getting a little niggle. So he tried to go long, but he found Permol on the boundary.
Yeah, trying to go the aerial route. There was Rupchan. Didn't make the sort of contact that you would have liked, or that would be sufficient to take it over the boundary, and in the end afforded a simple catch to Versami Permol out there at the deep mid wicket boundary. With that, Moti has now picked up his 2nd wicket. He's picked up his bowled 6.2 overs. He has 2 for 18. So as well, along with Kevin Sinclair, Moti himself has also been very economical, and he's been in the wickets. That's 5 wickets between Moti and Sinclair.
So now you are into batsman number 8. What will be the thinking of the Guyana Harpy Eagles now? Would they try to concentrate on the other end and leave Ramdin stranded?
Very much so, because Ramdin seems to be in a bit of form. He got 80 odd not out in the last game. Not too sure as the quality of the remaining batsmen against this high
quality Guyana spinning attack. West Indian bowler in Moti. Also they have Pumol as well.
The new batsman, Graves, Romario Graves, he will be facing up to Gudakesh Moti, standing back at that one, pushing it down to extra cover. They will get no run, he will not get off the mark.
Start not a quicker delivery to the new batsman. There was Pumol.
Moti giving that one a bit more air.
Just showing some variation there now. Is Moti pulling that one back just a bit, a little bit of a loop.
Moti is getting some purchase off the pitch, and of course Graves would be happy to come off strike and let the more experienced Ramden face Gudakesh Moti. At least just for one ball.
Yeah, as a batsman, you always want to get off the mark. You don't ever want to be out for naught. So, seeing the opportunity there to get a single.
Ramding doing quite well to get that down to the long on area, pushes it back past the bowler and shut it off one time for one, so he would remain the striker for the next over.
Yeah, just pinching the strike there as Ramden. Full pitch delivery on middle and leg stump, on driving it back past the bowler. And keeping strike for the next over. It looks like Niall Smith is going to pick up the attack from the pavilion end, the Brian Lara pavilion end. Southern end of the ground. 126 for 6. The CCC.
And that is some good captaining here. You bringing back the fast bowler when you have someone new at the wicket and you're getting into the tail. Graves, of course, Graves might want to disagree. He may not consider himself a tail ender, but Niall Smith will be bowling to Dinesh Ramden, who is on 28. The CCC needs 141 more deliveries from 141 more runs, from 108 deliveries. Ramden trying to go through mid-wicket but couldn't get past that fielder.
I think Smith has struggled with his length. He's into his 5th over and he's been bowling fairly short all afternoon, and his first delivery in the 5th over was a short ball again, and Ramden was pulling into the mid-wicket area, and had he gotten that either side of Johnson there, more than likely he would have raced away for another boundary. I think he should be a bit fuller here. Smith attack the stumps, attack the pads just a bit more.
And they will just get one. Ramden plays that down to the mid-wicket area. And he moves on to 29. Graves still on 1. The score 127 for 6. Just 32 overs and 2 deliveries.
I'm not getting all of that there was Ramden. But again, another short delivery pulled into the onside. Good work by the fielder out, coming around from the square leg boundary there. Believe Sinclair is the fielder out there. Had a fairly long distance to go to get around. He did that very easy, limiting the batsman to 1.
Finding the edge was Smith, and Graves doesn't last long. It doesn't give the scorers much work to do, and a very good catch from Bramble, and Graves goes 127 now for 7, and Guyana Harpy is on the verge of a big victory today that would catapult them into the semi-finals.
And I've just been saying it. Niall Smith, he was bowling very short. His first 4 overs, he was short. He was pulled away
few times. First couple deliveries in this over again, short ram, then pulled one straight to Johnson. The other one, he got a single. The delivery that he picked up the wicket was a fuller delivery. Greaves was coming onto the front for trying to drive. He's got a thick outside edge. Simple catch completed by Bramble. So you need to continue bowling fuller. Niall Smith, bring the batsman on the front foot. If not, you have a very good chance of hitting the pads, hitting the stumps. 127 for 7. Smith has his first.
Very good captaincy from Leon Johnson. Bringing back Niall Smith, as I mentioned. He's getting down into the tail. You bring back the faster bowlers. You're seeing how the batsmen are playing, the spinners. Not with too much comfort, but they're getting through the spinners. And getting back some pace onto the deliveries. Bringing back Niall Smith. And promptly getting the wicket of Graves. Now he has Goodridge. And he has 3 deliveries to bowl to Goodridge. And Goodridge himself would want to get off the mark as soon as possible to let the more experienced Dinesh Ramdin to face the bowling of Smith. Dropped in the pad, loud appeal, and he is on a hat trick. Goodridge goes for no score. Brilliant bowling from Smith. Now it's 2 for 18. What do you make of that wicket, Isaac?
I think that's brilliant bowling. I'm not sure if Niall Smith is hearing what I'm saying here. But his last couple deliveries, last 2 deliveries, were pitched up deliveries as opposed to what he was doing. And there we see on the replay, dead in front. As opposed to what he has been doing before, some short, wide deliveries. Batsmen were able to cut and pull at him easily. This time, with these last 2 deliveries, full pitched, bringing the stumps into play, bringing the outer edge into play. And he's been able to pick up 2 deliveries, 2 wickets off 2 deliveries. He's now on a hat trick. His figures look so much better now. 4.4 overs, 2 for 18.
And this brings another batsman, another new batsman to the wicket. Mansingh. Abhijay Mansingh will come to the wicket now, batting at number 10. Niall Smith is on a hat trick. And what is the delivery? If you were Niall Smith, what is the delivery that you would bowl?
Full and straight again. Bring all forms of dismissal into play. LBW, bowl long, the edge, and there we see Captain Johnson giving him 2 catches in the slip cordon. I think Captain Johnson would want him to keep these balls full and straight. If the batsman miss, you hit. Whether it is they hit the outside edge or they hit the pad, the stumps, full and straight.
Some of the camera crew were suggesting that Guyana Harpy Eagles should have sent the CCC to bat first, and maybe we would have all been home by now.
Yeah, well, who knows? That's not how the game is played.
He survives the hat-trick ball, Mansingh, and Smith doesn't get a hat-trick this time. But he has one more delivery where he can still try and get a 3rd wicket in this over. 2 for 18 off 4 overs and 5 balls, and a stroke of brilliance from the captain, Leon Johnson.
Yeah. As a captain, when you make a decision and it doesn't go your way, you tend to get pounded for it. So I think Leon Johnson needs to be complimented for bringing Smith back into the attack, and Smith rightfully repaid the fate that the captain had on him, picking up 2 wickets of consecutive deliveries of this in this over. 127 for 8, CCC.
Good bowling and good batting there to survive that over, Mansingh. And Gudakesh Muti will continue. He'll bowl his 8th over. 7 overs, 2 for 20. 127 for 8, the CCC. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles on their way to the semi-final. So it doesn't matter what happens on Taruba. The Guyana Harpy Eagles will go on to 16 points. And they will be heading to Antigua for the semi-finals. An allowed appeal, and the umpire says no this time. That was close, Isaac.
It was very much close. Let's see on the replay here. May have just been sneaking down the leg side. And the replay is still seeing the middle and off stump.
So it was close, just maybe a little bit, not much, maybe what people would call the umpire's call, but very close. Not getting past the one man in the circle on the leg side.
Ramden just tapping this one, the short third man.
So he leaves Mansingh 3 deliveries to face Gudakesh Muti. He did well to survive the 2 deliveries from Smith in the previous over. Let's see if he can survive Gudakesh Muti.
Not a very good ball there by Muti. Attempting what I believe was a quicker ball, just dragging it down a bit and affording Mansingh the opportunity to just punch it into the offside. Better.
Drives, pushing it gingerly to the extra cover fielder Gudakesh Muti. Just his last ball in his 8th over coming up. Playing that on the onside was sent back by Ramden. And it's the end of the over, Isaac.
Yeah, Mansingh looking for a single into the onside, trying to get off the mark. Ramden was having none of it. No time did he even attempt that single there, Ramden. He probably just wanting to be on strike for the beginning of this new over, especially with the speedster Niall Smith in action. We didn't really want to give the lower order too much of Smith. So what he did in the last over, picking up 2 wickets. Ramden would want to face as much deliveries of him as possible.
Yes, of course, and Ramden doing well what we call farming the strike. Doesn't want to expose Mansingh to Niall Smith, who got 2 wickets in his earlier over, in his previous over, and he taking up 2 wickets. So his bowling figures read 2 for 18 from 5 overs. The CCC 128 for 8. Ball coming back into the right-handed Ramden, who plays it down to the mid-on.
Yeah, I think this second spell here from Niall Smith has been a lot better than what we saw from him earlier on. He was short, he was wide, he was all over the shop.
He's really tightened things up here, Niall Smith. He's bowled a lot straighter, a lot fuller. And he's asked some pertinent questions of these batsmen. So far, they haven't answered. Picked up 2 wickets in the last over. That over conceded just 1 run.
Ramden is hitting this one, not getting hold of it. Does send it a little wide to the mid-on fielder, and he would run for 1. So that would expose Mansingh for 3 deliveries of Niall Smith.
So when we thought he would have been farming the strike, Dinesh Ramden, he's clearly not doing that. That was just the second delivery of the over, not the third. So Mansingh still has a further 4 deliveries to face.
Maybe Smith would be chopping his lips for that. 4 deliveries to bowl to the number 10 batsman.
Back to that length that I don't like very much. Really like to see him be a lot closer than Niall Smith. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. He just missed his line and length on that last delivery.
He allowed Mansingh to freeze on, but if that was Ramden was on strike, he could have put it away that for 4. Drives, couldn't get past the closing fielder. And what is very important, although he's not getting the wickets, the 2 dot balls, keeping Ramden off strike.
Yes, I think he would much prefer to be bowling at Mansingh, Niall Smith. Let's see if he could really put together a good 4 deliveries here and eventually pick up the wicket of Mansingh.
And they would steal a run. And the throw wasn't a bad throw, but not backed up properly. And a comedy of errors. And Mansingh, it allows Mansingh to get 2. It's a comedy of errors. And I'm wondering why they didn't stick to 1 and just allow Ramden to face, maybe try and get another single.
Well,
But it's safer to keep Mansingh on the strike.
Well, definitely Ramden is not trying to farm the bowling. 2 was there for the taking and he went back for the second run. He doesn't seem to have any fear of Mansingh facing up to Niall Smith.
Niall Smith is actually... Now Mansingh is actually looking comfortable to Niall Smith now. So that's why Ramden could have been confident to let him go ahead and strike. And that's the end of the over. Ramden would now have a full 6 deliveries to face Gudakesh Muti, who's 8 overs, 2 for 21. But there's a change on the northern end. More pace as Romario Shepherd will re-enter the attack, and he will be taking up his... He will be taking he bowled about 4 overs to start. At the end of 35 overs, after comments from Isaac, we'll have John Ramsing.
Back into the attack here is Romario Shepherd. Captain Johnson trying to put the finishing touches on this CCC inning. Shepherd goes away from us here at the commentary booth end. Ramden just on drive this to the fielder there at long on and Gudakesh Muti.
bring Mansing back on strike. He's faced some 9 deliveries, Mansing. He has a couple runs. Shepherd is known for having a good Yorker delivery. See, can he knock over Mansing? Lovely cricketing shot there by Avinav Mansing. He's unable to get it past the bowler who stuck a boot out. But going for the full pitch delivery there was Shepherd. Missed his length just a bit. Mansing attempted a straight drive which came off the boot of Shepherd. Went into the onside. No runner scored. Mansing still back on strike.
Chipped in the air, taken easily by Kemal Savory at mid-off. And that's the end of Abhijay Mansing's little innings. Just lasting 11 deliveries. And he's gone for 2. Caught at mid-off by Kemal Savory to hand Romario Shepherd. Another wicket. And it's now 132 for the loss of 9 in over number 36.
He seems to favour Shepherd. Mansing, I believe he could take it to Shepherd. He played a couple of aggressive strokes. He was just deceived with that last delivery, offering a simple catch to Savory. Took it very easy. Wicket number 9 goes down for CCC. Abhijay Mansing, he goes for 2. Dinesh Ramden is not out on 32. He's going to be joined by Isaiah Ali. So it's all about over here for CCC. The Harpy Eagles, they are heading to Antigua.
Seems that way indeed. Last batter, Isaiah Ali. I remember Ian saying he started playing cricket at the club level since 9 years old, Isaiah Ali. And quite interesting as well, I saw a press release today issued by the Guyana Cricket Board back home that Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago, they have collaborated for a bilateral series for under 13s. The first leg will be held in Guyana in December.
I know previously the TTCB and the Barbados Cricket Board had something like going on at the same under 13 level. But I guess that's very good for the youngsters coming through. At 13 years old, you're getting to travel to play cricket to another island.
Nice confident shot, rocking back and pulling. Isaiah Ali certainly not looking like a number 11. Maybe that was the only slot available for him. But that was a short ball from Shepherd, sat up nicely. And he just pulled it in front of his eyes. Nice shot.
Yeah. But Mario Shepherd going short there at Ali, and Ali showing his competence with bat in hand. Proper pull shot for the square as well. So he wasn't hustled at all, was Ali. Picking up 4 runs off his very first delivery.
2 for 39 when he bowled Ali. Here is Shepherd now. Another short ball, another pull shot. But this time protection in the form of Pramal on the boundary. A deep square leg. Tomorrow some action in Group B, Zone B, with Barbados Pride coming up against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Hurricanes are already through to the semi-final. Then on Monday, the Jamaica Scorpions against the West Indies Academy. So there's a slot available. A slot is up for grabs in Group B. Who wants it? That group, Leeward Islands Hurricanes leading 14 points after 3 wins from 5 matches. Jamaica Scorpions, similar number of matches, 3 wins on 12. Barbados 5 matches, 2 wins, 10 points. And the Academy at the bottom of the table, 1 game to go, 4 points from their 1 win from their 5 games. So that group is also open. Leeward Islands already are short of a semi-final spot. Overcomes to an end, 36 gone, 137 for 9.
Yeah, that next group is very much open. It's probably it's very much gonna come down to the Scorpions and the Barbadian team for the final spot.
Relaxed looking dressing room. The Guyana Harpy Eagles. Leewards will take on Barbados. Leeward Islands Hurricanes take on Barbados Pride. That's tomorrow. That game is going to be on ESPN from 2 p.m. And then on Monday, also 2 p.m., Jamaica Scorpions against the West Indies Academy. Remember, the top two teams in each zone will battle in the semi-finals. There's a little bit of a recovery down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. 95 now for 4. 22 overs gone. So 95 for 4, the Volcanoes. And that's the end of this game. Full delivery. And there is Ali. Cleaned up by Niall Smith. Niall Smith ending with 3 wickets. His first game of the season. The 6th and final preliminary game. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles winning by some 83 runs. By 130 runs. And booking their place in the semi-final. They'll be traveling to Antigua. Just mentioning the semi-final slots. So combined campuses and colleges bowled out for 137. Dinesh Ramdin 32 not out. Isaiah Ali, the last batter to be dismissed, bowled for 5, handing a big victory by 129 runs to the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, the first 2 deliveries that Ali faced from Shepherd were short deliveries, which he was pulling into the onside. Not sure if he was hanging back expecting another short delivery from Smith on this occasion, but Smith hunting for the stumps, full pitch delivery, quick delivery, just knocking back the off stump, and Ali is gone. The end of the inning, the inning comes down, and CCC 137 all out. A professional job with the ball here by the Harpy Eagles. They were well placed with the bat at 190 odd for just 2 wickets. A bit of a collapse to eventually be bowled out for 266. But with the bat, there was no such slip-ups. Bowling the CCC team all out for 137. And good contributions all the way through with the ball for the Harpy Eagles. And we see the batting card of the combined campuses and colleges. Kalicharan opening the inning. He got to 32 before he went caught by Sinclair of the bowling of Shepherd. Rupchan retired hurt. He came back to be caught by Pumol of the bowling of Moti Kanai. Jakes got to 6 before he went off the bowling of Gurukesh Moti Kanai as well, caught by Johnson in the slip for just 6. Navin Bidesi was LBW to Sinclair for 10. Captain Dinesh Ramdin, he remained not out on 32. McCarthy caught Rutherford off the bowling of Sinclair for 2. Ford bowled by Sinclair for 10. Greaves caught Bramble, bowled Smith for 1. Goodrich, LBW Smith for no score. Mansingh caught Savory, bowled Shepherd for 2. And the last wicket to be dismissed, Isaiah Ali bowled all over the shot by Niall Smith for 5. The bowling for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, Kevin Sinclair, he bowled 10 overs, picked up 3 wickets for just 26 runs, some 42 dot deliveries in that. Romario Shepherd bowled 5 overs, 2 wickets for 25 runs. For Sammy Pomol, he bowled 7 overs, he did not pick up a wicket. Niall Smith bowled 6.1 overs, picked up 3 wickets for just 21 runs. And Gurukesh Moti Kanai bowling some 8 overs, picked up 2 wickets for just 21 runs. Very professional bowling display by the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Victory by 129 runs indeed. The Harpy Eagles now entering this campaign with 4 wins from 6 matches, 16 points, and they have booked themselves a place in the semi-final. The next phase of this year's CG United Super 50 Cup. They will await the winner of this contest down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy to see who will be the second team to join them as they jet off to Antigua Semi-finals will be played on Wednesday and Thursday at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Ground in Antigua, while the finals will be on Saturday coming. So lots of cricket still to be played in this year's tournament. Match on hand right now at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's going to be a very interesting battle because there's a fight back, like I said. 23 overs gone in the Volcanoes innings, 99 for a loss of 4. They were sent in by the Red Force. They were in all sorts of trouble, but there's a little bit of recovery right now. But this game at the Queen's Park Oval, done and dusted. Convincing victory by 129 runs by the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Harpy Eagles won the toss and bat first this morning. 266 all out, 47.3 overs. The highlight of the innings. Second half century of the tournament for Tevin Imlach, a career best 75. Supported nicely by Kemal Savory in a 133 run partnership for the second wicket. Savory getting 69. 266 all out. 2 wickets apiece to Matthew Ford, Amari Goodridge, Romario Greaves, and Isaiah Ali. Asked to get 267. Combined campuses and colleges folded for 137 from 36.1 overs. Khalid Charan 32, Captain Ramlin 32 not out. And in the end, Niall Smith and Kevin Sinclair 3 wickets each. Smith playing his first game, supported nicely by Moti and Shepherd. Congratulations to the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Big victory by 129 runs. My name is John Ramsing on behalf of all the producers and all the guys behind the scenes, wishing you well for the rest of the day. You can tune in to 360 for the rest of the match at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. But until next time, it's goodbye.